I've got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words, if those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine,
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old with me. When we grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert,
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen,
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old with me. When we grow old with me. As people dance from your window, if you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And so when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. So sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, Beneath this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all, taking a leap or fall. I'll get to you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Baby, we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Baby, we're invincible. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Baby, we're invincible. I've been
Do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart. Do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart like the drive. We do what we want, but when I'm free. With our hearts on.
Hyperdrive.
Hello chat, how's it going? Lovely old job. Hey, yeah. It's fine. Just ignore it. Nothing's happening whatsoever. I was trying to regain my composure, but I'm like, nah, that's not happening. That composure is fully gone. Ah, dearie me. So what happened there was, yeah, yeah, indeed. I'll only ever be at this rate. I think I'm third yellow card. I'm moving down the ranks. So, firstly, Nikolai, thank you very much for the 2 months in the intro. Or Husby, thank you for the 12 months, and Peter Bread, thank you for the 11. So, as you know, sometimes when subs come through, if they hit at the exact right moment during some kind of like external stuff that's triggered by all my buttons and stuff, sometimes it just goes, no. Don't think I really fancy doing that, and it will just revert back to whatever the last screen it was on. It even restarted the intro countdown. That's a straight red. It is. Do I still have that button that makes my lights go red at random? Yes, I do. Okay, there you go. Turns out I have that button. Oh dear. I've Graham polled it. Is what's happened there? What's happening now? Oh dear. Foxy's just gone live with the stream that says, "This is not a stream." My friend does not know about Twitch Inspector, it would seem. Well, thank you for that, my friends, and thank you for the harp train that we've already started ourselves on. Oh, dear, like a League One striker. Hey, talking of no composure, Istvan Noji has no composure, and look at him. He's a genius. He's an absolute bloody genius. How's it going, friends? Oh, I am Hawaiian shirted and tied up, as we do. Hello, Saz. So, Drew, what was that thing you were looking at to do with the player progression? Because I think that might be available in the game normally. To answer another champ. Well, you know what? Yes, we should, based on everything we know, be winning this Champions League final. However, the couple of injuries we've suffered in the weeks in the build-up to it might be what puts us in a bit of a back burner on that one. Where's the injuries? So, yeah, let's just... This being the key part. Trubovic, out. Pulled hamstring. Manea, out. Jet ski injury. Petter Christensen, out. Twisted ankle. So that's 3 starters that were already not starting. Yeah... you can sort of see that we might be a little bit weak today in this particular final. We are missing 3 of our starting 11. At least they aren't all major goal scorers. I mean, to be fair, Christensen is the top scorer in the Champions League this season. Manea scored the winner the last time we were in the Champions League final, and Trubovic is an absolute set-piece machine, so it's not ideal, really, to have those. It's just one of those things. Hey, Tony! So, I don't know who's going to come in. Bilbia will come in. But we're going to have... Our basic midfield 2 is going to be gone. Jizzy start. I mean, he's definitely going to be on the bench. That's for sure, at this rate. Little line graph when you go to development centre. So this graph here. These graphs here. As far as I'm aware, you can get access to these. Let me just get us a random screen. So I'm fairly certain you can. I think it's in training. It's called progress. It definitely exists. I'm certain of it. Maybe not available on every screen, but I'm almost certain I've seen it. Coaching? Oh my god, it's definitely there. I could have sworn I've seen it. Maybe you can only add them on certain ones. I'm almost certain there's a way to add it to this screen. I've seen them before, I swear. I kind of want to find out. We're not dancing. There was no dancing today. No. Have we played it? Yes, we have actually. We won 17-0. It was there. Which one was it under? Under training. What am I looking at here? Probably, maybe it's under general actually. I'm just an idiot. Preferred position. I swear it's called progress or something like that. Transfer? It can't be under transfer, can it? That'd be silly. Customize view. Oh, I see. Of course, yeah. Hang on. Let's just do customize current view. There it is. I wonder what that's under then. Right. Now if I auto size. There you go. I assume that's what you were looking for, Drew. That's the same graph, basically. So you can actually get this on current screens. I don't have it if you click it. Oh, it takes you straight to that. That's kind of good, actually. Did we play it yet? We did. We've actually played it 3 times. Crazy times, I imagine. But there you go. So yeah, it is actually available. I guess the issue with it mainly is that unless you need a lot of screen real estate in order to actually have it on there, I suppose. Particularly as it seems for most players, it's just a flat thing, which is a little bit annoying, I suppose. Hey, Mike. Breaking your wrist. Oh, shit. You had another wrist operation. Crap. Hopefully you're okay, man. That sucks. Although, you know, if you get some time off, there's nothing wrong with that as well. Cat is watching. Oh, hang on. Let me just move the mouse around for Lewis's cat. Just, hey, kitty, kitty. Fancy hitting the home button. Hey, kitty, kitty. That, I would say continue, but it's not continue, is it? It's fixtures. We haven't even set the lineup out. Super wide monitor. Oh, imagine that. Super wide FM. But we know that's not going to happen. Because there's just so many things that I think would be required for that I think it's probably quite a niche use case. And, well, if it's one thing about FM and niche use cases, yeah. We've unlocked a useless feature. Imagine the amount of useless feature we unlock. It's inevitable at this point, isn't it, really? You see the whole pitch. That'd be kind of sick, actually. Because I know some people were playing like FIFA on an ultra-wide monitor at one point, and they could see like a lot more of the pitch than you would normally be able to. Multi-monitor. Oh, mate. Like, honestly, in terms of that sort of stuff, the dream for me in terms of that kind of thing would be the ability to... Imagine if you had like modules. So, Data Hub here, right, is like a module that you can drag to a different window. And I just have a data window that updates in real time. Think of that shit you could do with that. That and... an API that takes that data and is a real-time stream of data that you can then use for external applications. Oh, what the most? I don't know. Honestly, the one thing I keep coming back to as like a little QOL feature is the scouting priority is changes to the scouting priority, the way that scouting priority works, in that it's just a big list. I would like it separated into 5 groups that you can set when you first scout players, and it will automatically maintain them in that priority. So 1 through 5. And then if you scout a player and say, right, I want a high priority player on this one, it's 1, and he will always stay in that top group, which means he will get his reports prioritized by scouts quicker. And that way you can sort this much, much easier, basically. And there's just so many more things I wish you could do on this screen. But little stuff like that I'd really like to see. And that sort of stuff for me actually feels like it's quite a reasonable request, I would suppose. Fix the loan screen extension. That would be great. Yep. Pots. Yeah, pots, basically, that you could just dot players into when you're doing your scout reports. Obviously not from this screen, but say you're in the scouting center and you're like, right, I'm really interested in this Albisu guy, but I've got a lot of other players. If I go in a report, I should be able to go in there, scout priority, pot 1. And that way, he will always remain at the very top of this list, basically, or in a group of players that are very at the top of the list. That'd be sick. I'd love stuff like that. Command line for... I know! The cheek of them not having that. Oh, let's resize a custom color. I think it's part of that could be down to skinning as well, potentially. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Hey, Aiden. SV useful. I don't know. I feel like if I keep hamming on things like, because it's all very well having big expectations about what you actually want from it. Like what I really want is something that I just don't think will ever be in the game. Firstly, the flavor text stuff, the flavor events, more of that and way more expanded. I just don't think that'll ever happen. In addition, I feel like a lot of the long-term save stuff that I feel like some of the dynamic stuff could definitely be improved, at least with scaling. Even if it's not dynamic, just at least scaling could be improved. That I'd like to see, but I feel it's unlikely because, again, with the priorities being on short-term saves, I don't see that happening. But I feel like if I ham on the QOL stuff, maybe there's more of a chance of getting that.
That's a long time to be watching someone play this silly little game.
Which is very true.
Much love for you, Porgenesha, for just being there during the not so great days. Let's celebrate with a Champion League title.
Let us.
Up the treaty.
Up le treaty. Data Hub really cool. I find the Data Hub is... Bear in mind, with FM, a lot of the time, and for me, like the Data Hub was a brand new feature entirely. Obviously, they incorporated some of the stuff we already had, but then changed the visualizations of it. But for me, when FM bring in features like this, generally speaking, it's in like a 3-year bump. So you get introduction, where you get like the ground root stuff, and I think they did a very good job of that this year. And usually, then you see a big step up in the second year where they add a lot more to this. And I would like to see more stuff to the Data Hub, because the Data Hub definitely has a lot more stuff to it that people will even forget. Like, I think people forget that you can actually do stuff like, let me just show an example. Find a player that's, right, Valid, right? People forget that if you go into, where is it gone? I can't even find it. That's how bad it is. Is it in player performance? Yes. So you actually have individual data hubs for individual players on their profiles, on which you can add any of the same stuff from the data hub that you want, but it only takes into account the player you're looking at. So it doesn't clutter this up with other players from your club. So you can see how your players compare to the rest of the league, but based on that one specific player. And I think things like that are horribly underused, including by myself. And this sort of data, it's because I think that it's not promoted well enough. This particular part was the one for me. The data hub everyone remembers, but you can't get to this through the data hub. You have to do this via the player's individual profile. Like, I was astounded by this when I saw it when I was doing alpha stuff last year, and I did actually put that in my alpha video, but I was always with those things. I did terrible thumbnails and titles, and nobody really watched them. But I think that in order for the Moneyball stuff to work, you would need the data from other leagues to be extremely accurate. And I think that for other leagues, it can be a bit buggy at times. I mean, what would you be... Okay, chat. Answer me this, because we're obviously going to get to the final in a minute, but I want to make sure people get a chance to get here, otherwise, if you could have one feature, like a realistic feature, what would it be? Just one. Because for me, the reason I like to ham on the QOL stuff is because I feel like that's realistic stuff that could actually be added, and I want to make sure that I'm banging the drum for more realistic things like that are, I feel like, genuine things that could be added to the game and would improve it a lot. It's already in your FM23. There you go. Saz, of course, doing the mad things. Long-term save. Yeah. But I don't know really what you can do about that. At the end of the day, with any long-term save, it's more about the requirements you put on yourself more than anything, isn't it? Player demands. Yeah. I think they'd have to re-overhaul the entire player dynamic system, honestly, in order to make that more sensible. They'd have to base a lot of it based... Okay, here's how that could be fixed. I'm not saying it's easy, but this is how I would logically go about it. All of that stuff needs to be based on minutes played, not starts and appearances. That, for me, would be a really good step in towards that. If players complain about playing time based on the number of minutes they're getting, not the number of starts they're getting or substitute appearances, which doesn't count anyway, I think that would make it way easier for a start. Because then players that are coming off the bench in games are going to get lots of minutes, and they're not going to complain about it as much because they're still getting minutes. But I feel like the game doesn't take that into account a lot of the time. Assist across nations. Yeah, I saw that Ted Lasso and Richmond FC are coming in FIFA 23. Still not going to make me buy it, honestly. Look, I think the sponsorship stuff like that definitely needs to be looked at. Yep. It's... Well, I guess I can say, George, use me as motivation to... I don't know, I feel like it's still worthy. You just have to sort of move around it, which is why we're going to make those changes next time, right? TPP3, thank you for the follow. Yeah, minutes, but also taking into account the competitions that they're playing in and the reputation of those. So if they play 60 minutes in a non-league cup game, that should not be worth the same as playing 60 minutes in a Champions League match. Right? They need to have the minutes played being the thing, and then weighting those minutes based on the reputation of the competitions they're playing in. And that data is all available. So it would just need a quick algorithm to run that stuff through. You could, honestly, right? Because reputation has a number, remember? So the Champions League rep, I think, as far as I know anyway, probably has a reputation number, which may go up and down. I'm not entirely sure, actually. The Champions League might be different. Domestic leagues definitely have a rep number. But it would be quite simple for me to... You could add those minutes up and then divide by a certain number that's based for weighting from the reps. That'd be good. because people always say things like more spaghetti code. I'm hoping that they can untangle it a little bit, and that might actually make it streamlined. I don't know. Imagine. I think use and take previews need to be at least somewhat realistic. Now, obviously, you can't have them be spot on every time, otherwise what's the point? And I like a bit of ambiguity, but they can't be so wrong every single time that they're completely meaningless, because that just sort of, yeah. Finishing boost. I think, so that's kind of like how you get on Motorsport Manager. I don't know if you've ever played it. Motorsport Manager has these individual, like, short-term boosts and nerfs that drivers can get. I think with FM, you'd have to be very careful with stuff like that. But I think that would tie in quite nicely to the flavor text stuff that I was interested in. You can have those events actually affect players. Only small amounts. I don't think I'd want it to be large swings, because that would cause too much variation. But that would be interesting to me, personally. I think that's how you do it. Making meetings like FIFA would be better. So when you're speaking to the board, you have a manager speak to a board member. I do, but I think that would never happen because, and Ben probably mentioned this anyway, because of the graphical requirements that would be required in order to render stuff like that. And therefore, it would be, SI are very, like, they like to hammer on about supporting the most amount of PCs, which I completely get, but I feel like at some point that is going to make the game worse. And I feel like it's already slightly been doing that for the last couple of cycles, potentially. Because sometimes people say things like, I want the transfer AI for other clubs to be more clever. But that's very broad. And I feel like if you're going to say things like, I want X to be more clever, you have to provide examples of how it could be more clever and then how that could be implemented. Because otherwise it's just kind of like throwing shit at a wall, if you like. I'm sure it would probably run on my Garmin. Wouldn't be surprised, honestly. More than just naming rights. I suspect it does, TP. Miles, I don't know if you've seen this, has hinted that it does. But I'm not sure. I don't think he'd say that if there wasn't something there. He wouldn't tweet that if there wasn't something more. I'm just curious to see what could be. The only things I can think of is music, which for me is irrelevant and would actually cause problems rather than good things. But that's from a personal standpoint, not from a player standpoint. So actually, you know what? If they got it, they got it. Cool. The only other thing would be the draws, the way that the draws are represented in the game. It would be a nice graphical update, maybe. That'd be kind of sick, perhaps. But I still think there's a limit to what they can do if they plan on keeping it across all computers. But we'll see. Some of them on. Why can't I say something when they come off? That's a good point, actually. Yeah. That's a very good point, Mike. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. Why can't you, like, it should show up in the same thing, because when you're substituting a player, you've got an in and out, so there should just be 2 drop downs. Not that I've ever done it, but it would be nice. Animation, slideshow, screws and draws. I mean, I feel like that stuff could definitely be a bit more pageantry. I'd like a bit more pageantry there. I'd honestly be fine with that. If that was an introduction, I'd be like, you know what, this is an addition. I feel like this is making it better. Not affecting the gameplay so much, but it would still make it better and more of a fun and immersive experience. And again, I'm on board with that. Cock, thank you very much.
Sorry, haven't been here lately, but I'm here now. Sick treaty.
You're here now, and that's what matters. How the devil are you, my friend? How's it been? Dynamic rivalries for club. Yeah, okay, so there you go. Dynamic rivalries. I would like dynamic rivalries to actually be working. Like, to me, I shouldn't have to. We have played 29 seasons in this save, and we have no rivals. To me, that feels not correct. You should at some point have built some rivalries with some clubs. Be it just that we had some, I don't know how it would have to do it, based on like maybe like red cards in games, or like, how about this, right? What about if you get a lot of red cards and have really good games against a certain team repeatedly, that then makes you a dynamic rivalry, but then it also creates a bigger chance of more of that kind of ill discipline in future matches. Just little things. FM in the past. Oh, I don't know what was in the past that I'd want back, honestly. I kind of forget these points. TOS readout of the... Yeah. Well, like a TTS guy. That'd be quite fun, actually. Should have Chelsea's arrival. I don't know about... You know what? Probably. To be fair. More important things to... Yeah, I agree. There's always more important things to fix, but I feel like you have to kind of balance it between marketing, back end, and everything as a whole, which is international rivalries. I don't think they... Oh, no, that's not true. I think they do exist, don't they? I swear there's some international rivalries. We looked at one before when we were looking through the managers at one point. Nobody plays it because of its graphics. True. No, don't get me wrong. I am always hamming on that it is more about the underlying game. But I do think in terms of bringing players over from games like FIFA, sometimes that sort of makes the transition easier, I would say. So if the graphics were better, I think it would bring more people to the game, but I don't think it keeps them. It's kind of like, yeah, you want a nice facade, but you also want there to be something behind it that backs it up, I think. Look at the F1 graphics, true, but also I feel like F1's game potentially put too much into the graphics stuff, and they're missing a lot of the things that make FM good, the depth. And that's probably part of the problem. So it's basically dating advice. Now, hey, you don't want to get dating advice from me. I got me a pog and then I'm happy. That's all I need.
Hey Matt, Emma and Chateau sorry not about a much these days but Paul is good with the people.
Please don't apologise for that, Paul. How the devil are you? I keep saying how the devil are people lately. How the devil are you? It's nice to see you, my friend. How's life? Hype for you. Thank you for the 26 months. Better graph. Licensing issues. Indeed. Like, this is one of the reasons with licensing issues. I feel like this is public knowledge now, so I don't feel like I have to sort of be like, oh, I don't know. So, if the graphics got too good and the players look too much like real players, they would not have the image rights for those players. And that's quite an important thing to figure. That's why so zoomed out as well, I think. So you have to realize the restrictions that SI are under as well. But they are seemingly getting there with licensing, but I feel like they just don't have the simple financial clout to be able to get the licenses they'd need, particularly as a lot of them are completely exclusive at this point. Improve region faces. That I feel like is something that could be done, but again, the reason the region faces look the way they do is because they have to be matching the ones you see in the match engine, whereas before, when they look better, they weren't. What you saw in the match engine was not directly related to the face you saw on the screen, whereas now they are, which is a nice step, but it does definitely... I feel like when they introduced it, that was a reasonable excuse as to why they look the way they did, but it feels like they haven't really developed since then. Maybe they'll take a step forward this year. That'd be nice. With the technology the way it's going, with the AI stuff, I'm fascinated by that, potentially. GG Wash, we are a little bit washed, yeah. And obviously there's a precedent with the lawsuit and stuff like that, yes. So they do have to be very, very careful. I have, yeah. I saw that law. I saw it. I got a notification from football earlier about it. Yeah, now one thing I would say, Fraj, is I agree with you 100%. Because if you don't have if you've got licensing issues, which means you can't show players close up, totally understand that. Completely makes sense. But then I feel like it seems strange to then go out of your way to try to make the players look more realistic on the pitch compared to their profiles, when in fact, nobody really cared about that and maybe would care more about what the players look like on their actual profiles. So I think it's kind of like a weird... It doesn't make a lot of sense, I would say, on that side of things. Potentially, but... Yeah, I mean, this lad here, he looked like this when he was like... What did we sign him when he was like 17 or something? Full on 5 o'clock shadow. Man looked like he'd been down the brickyard. And to be fair... I also don't like that players don't look any older when they are older. That's he knows he's good. That's what it is. That's that smirk. Actually, is doing it. Yeah, true. The animations definitely did improve this year for sure. I really do think they took a huge step forward in the actual animations of stuff in 3D this year. Like, they employed a person. Did they really? Interesting. Look so different in a good way. I don't think I look different in a good way. Although, actually, how fat was I back then? I remember that. That was on Kev's channel, wasn't it? It was like a preview video. This was when I wasn't making content, but Kev had invited me on, which was really, really nice of him. Cutscenes. So difficult to do without the graphics stuff, though. But it would be kind of cool, even if it was just like an aerial shot, I suppose. Did Laura actually get a job there? I didn't know Laura actually got hired by them. That's amazing. Laura's the one that did all my graphics. Most of you already know that, but what a legend. Yeah, I know what you mean, Golden Ray, actually. The hair. Just give it the right hair colour, and it'd be cool if older players actually did start to get little bits of grey, but they're mostly just block, aren't they? So, positive she did. Hey, she did. That's fair play. I wasn't sure about that. I know there was like a whole campaign for that at one point, but I didn't know she actually got the job. I'd have to ask her. Amount of pre-orders in FM23 is much higher than last year, even if no info. I mean, that's fair. Like, the more people that buy the game, the better the game can be, because they get more money and they want to put more back into it. Hopefully. That's my hope. So the game doing well is always... It's good for everybody, right? More people playing it is good for everybody. It's just good for everybody, right? Oh. An affiliate scheme to Order 23. Yes, I do, TP. If you do !FM23 in chat, you will get a link that will take you to Fanatical, which is the company I'm working with, to get you standard discount plus a further 5% off. Fanatical have actually sent me a... Shut it, Bagpuss. Sent me a version that's actually going to make it easier for people, because I've got a new link that I'm going to update that allows you to put the coupon on straight away, so that you don't have to like type anything in, which would be quite good. They messaged me being like, yeah, we got this other link you might want to try, so I'm like, shit. Cautious about... I would say careful. Like, you feel no pressure to pre-order. Certainly not... And certainly feel no pressure to pre-order from me. The features aren't out yet. I suspect we'll know within the next couple of weeks what's going on. A separate launch point. No. So basically what happened with Fanatical, you just get a Steam code. That they're just a retailer, so you will still get a code that you just dump into Steam like you would do off of any other website. And it works like that. And you still get beta access and all that jazz. Further down the path of making long-term saves unplayable. I hope not. I really hope not. And I feel like too much of their player base would be alienated by that and would actually kick up a proper fuss. Because let's be honest, even in the influencer community of FM, people that make content, majority of them are those people. And I don't have a very loud voice in that, but some of them do. And I feel like if it did start to go far too far down that path, people would start to people would kick up a shitstorm about that. Because, yeah, I think, not that that matters in the grand scheme of things, but I still think there is at least that people would be able to support that viewpoint, because that's how a lot of us play the game, generally speaking. Anyway, not all of us, but I would say most of us are those type of people. Hey, Stanners, how's it going, Matt? And all the discount before, that as far as I know, Insanity, the Fanatical discount is internal. So as far as I'm aware, my agreement with Fanatical is that will always apply. There's no like time limit on, as far as I know, and certainly the 5% part will always be there. Hey, Mleepnos. Web up. Yeah, they've done that for a while now, haven't they? Well, thank you, Husby. But I'm talking more in terms of pure size and influence. You know, I don't have a great deal of influence for the most part, you know? My point is that we look to people like Ben and Zealand and Jack and Kev to carry our opinions to larger sort of audiences, as far as like being the voices of the community from a advocate standpoint, you know? Obviously, freeze the player out in real life. I don't see why you could. I mean, you can kind of do that anyway, because you can just send them to the reserves and stuff like that, right? Game starts. Oh, for me, that's where the fun is as well. And I feel like for a lot of you, that's the case. The Mount Rushmore, I suppose, yeah. I was talking to Zealand about this a few months ago, about they were at Mount Rushmore, and I was just kind of like this random statue over on the other side of the quarry. Oh, the FM Online stuff is so much potential. So much potential. And I hope they do more for that this year. I really, really do. I feel like they've been threatening it. So, you never know. Oh, morning off work. Nice. Well, it's lovely to see you again, Matt. They all kind of do a long save sometimes. Well, yeah, exactly. It's my point. Zealand does all his long stuff on stream. Jack does both. Ben does both. Kev does both. So, yeah, exactly. And so do I. Right, let's try and sort this lineup out, because God knows who's actually going to start for us today. Panthers DK, thank you very much for the follow. Hello, Dr. Zombiecraft. How the devil are you, sir? The doctor will see you now. You can usually see, Mleepnos, in your like Twitch notifications, it usually tells you who actually was the gifted subber, I think. Matt's face is in the clouds. Well, I'm like fucking Simba's dad. I'm just in the crowd like, Benjamin. Most unique. I don't know if that's a good thing. Sometimes it's the unique ones that get crushed. Oh. Well, that would be very funny, actually, yeah. Oh. Having voting on result day. Oh, yes, we could. Yes, in fact, I'll do that now. Oh, wow, look at this. OG's around. Viceroy Icarus. I don't know why I said it out loud.
Almost it the big 30 months. What an absolute pleasure it's been. Love the shirt BTW.
Thank you. It's the old Hawaiian shirt and tie combo. All the good managers wear them for Champions League finals. Vice, thank you so much for the 29 months, and thank you so much for that awesome drawing you did of Pog. That was so sick. Speed up. 7 years before they come. But most players, I feel like, don't actually develop in that. Like, I think they've actually kind of got it a bit better now. It's a Fulham Hawaiian shirt. Yes, it is. Of course it is. What do you take me for? Some kind of person who doesn't have that. Tactical thinking here. Well, actually, I need to figure out who's even going to pay. Oh, by the way, I've offered Sal a new contract, and he actually talked to me, so he should get a new deal. We won't lose him for free. That's good news. Good news, everyone. I was going to check. There was something I was going to check. Oh, yeah, that was it, Insanity, yeah. So, yeah, he has signed a new contract, which is lovely. Right, that's what I was going to do. Set up a voting, so you can put some money down. Right, start a prediction. So I'm so bad at this. I'm the terrible mod. Right. Oh, who was the Champions League? I can just use... Oh, look at that. Look at me. We'll do Benny Fika and then Treaty. I'll give you 5 minutes so I can sort out the team. Oh, there we go. You got yourself a poll now. Are you musically mostly metal or versatile? Oh, mate. When you say music, do you mean like playing music or like listening to music? Because I like most things. But actually, it's not, like I've been jamming a lot of Lewis Capaldi lately. I do like my metalcore-y stuff is like my favorite, but I'll listen to like pop, maybe not jazz, country. I can do a bit of country as well. Not poll prediction, sorry, yeah. And like 80s synthwave. I love a bit of everything. Mostly metalcore though. That's like my thing. That's what I choose to listen to. Drill music. You know what? Yeah. But I see like I mostly don't. I don't go out my way to listen to like drill or grime or anything like that. But I still like when a TikTok comes up and it's like that sort of thing. I would generally listen to it because it's generally very, very good. You know. Right. So Bibi and Valid. That's what we said we were going to do. It might have to be Ramos and Sal. Because we're missing both. Oh no, Thais Freeze has to start. What we're talking about, which will allow Ramos to sit deeper, Sal to be a bit more of a defensive cover there, and then we'll have Lukacic instead of Holvoot, I assume, right? At 1 point bet. Moretti. I've not heard of Moretti. I've heard of Bira Moretti. 700k. Seriously. I love how it's way more in our favour than last time. I know it's been FIFA, but remember, we are missing 3 starting 11 players. Oh, Vice. Vice. Good news for you on that, my friend. FM23, the music, the non-copyrighted music is coming back. Sorry, you know what I mean? The proper good music is coming back to stream. Midnight play one. Oh, mate. Midnight are amazing. Their newer stuff for me is not quite as good. I feel like they've changed their style slightly, but that's fine. You know, it's like they're like Architects or Parkway Drive, who are I genuinely find unlistenable these days. But there you go. Jizzy on the bench. He surely is on the bench, right? Oh my lord! Wait, there he is. Whew. We'll have him on the bench instead of. We don't know the keeper. We'll go with Swanetsky. Anyone missing here? Fidel's a bit knackered from the last game. Surely I could get away with having Fidel on the bench though instead of. We don't need Velasco and Navarro. I'd rather have Fidel on there to give us a bit of. It will be allowed, yeah. Because there's that new OBS update that allows you to isolate apps with their own soundtrack, so I can just send just Spotify somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, I might. That's a good point, actually, Password. Yeah, maybe we won't do that, but you know, it does sound like a car company. I was thinking more. Yeah, I've never heard of Moretti though. We will get some FFDP. Is that Five Finger Death Punch? Pixel Pinnon, thank you very much for the 25 months.
25 years Sicton.
Jesus Christ. Imagine that. Thank you for the 25 years. I haven't really listened to Five Finger Death Punch in about 10 years, honestly. No, never really my thing. The only thing I would love to be able to work out is if there's a way I can send non-copyrighted audio to the VOD. That way it would be better for the VODies, because otherwise the VODies will have no music on the streams for the YouTube side of things, which kind of sucks, but I feel like it would make the experience better for everyone else overall. Oh no, I can do that now, Vice. It's more out of laziness. I'm waiting until the end of the streaming cycle so I can update all the stuff I need to update while I'm gone, because I'm going to be gone for like 10 days in October. Oh, speaking of which, you remember on Tuesday's stream, I was talking about how we were going to do like a stream where we did like an entire season basically, and that was going to be on the Saturday the 8th. Yeah, I'm now away that day, so it's actually going to be Thursday stream on that week, so we have one less stream day. However, I am considering speeding things up a little bit if we can do, and just trying to like get through as much as possible. So like Saturday stream will be 6 group stage games and doing the whole of the groups and stuff like that. Alice, just the person I was. Well, I wasn't actually, but I could lie and tell you I was. How's it going, friend? Oh dear, let me get you a shout out. See if I can do this correctly. Damn it! Vice is on it straight away. Mysterious Canary. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Hope you're well. How's things in Germany? Was that your last ever stream there? A lot of you have a lot of faith in me. I like that. Right, is the prediction now fully ready? Oh no, still got a minute left. Okay, I'll give you a sec there. Disarrayed. You moved clubs. Oh, sick. To who? Is it another German side? Vice doing some moddery. Putting Inferno to shame. Oh, dear. Music again. Yeah, to be fair, that's what we used to play. Oh, you know how much we used to play it all the time, right? Plus, we can play Venga Boys just to annoy Alice. It's the dream. Oh, dear. Steam Workshop stuff. It depends. I don't really have much on the Steam Workshop, honestly. Fernie, thank you very much for the 9 months. The best way to go would be if you go, hang on, ! Tactic will take you to this. Well, technically, it's actually this. But that will get you to there. But there's not a lot on the Steam Workshop, honestly. Most things I tend to upload to Mediafire and have it downloaded separately. Just because Steam banned me for a little while from uploading things to the workshop. Oh, sick. Hang on. Did I miss you? You'd moved to?
Do you know
oh, Viacano. Nice. Young boy. Thank you for the follow.
They are building it now.
The chat stack link. Oh, Christ. I can't remember what website it was. Yeah, I updated it just as we changed tactics. The analysis view. ! Analysis, Wico. That'll get you that. However, bear in mind, it's designed for FM21, so it might not be as easy to download. It works in FM22 just fine, but it was actually uploaded from FM21, And I think that makes it a bit weird with the Steam Workshop because you have to download it with FM21 installed or some shit. It's a bit bizarre like that. Right. Is that poll... Not poll. Is the prediction done now so I can actually start the match? Yes, it is. Right, let's do this. Let's get cracking. So this is the team that we'll be up against today. It is Benfica with Eric Hausken, of course. A man who is technically favoured personnel here. And I loathe him because he's partly responsible for not allowing us to play an Irish side in the Champions League final. Because, for those who are unaware... Benfica got here by beating Sligo in the semis by 9 goals to 2, despite them having pretty much balanced attributes across the 2 games. Yeah, I probably will unnamed, because I'm also going to make a brand new video about the individual player role filters that we use or have used in the past, because I feel like that's something that I don't think I structured the video very well when I made that the first time on the FM21. Now that I know a lot more about how to make videos that actually get seen by people, I think that could do a lot better on FM23 rather, than it did last year. And I still need to make a few more for like wide centre backs and stuff because I never actually did that. Ah, yes, the days of Neil Lennon being Benfica manager. I think that might have been the first quote in the quote bot. Actually, was the Neil Lennon one. Yeah, that was the Twitch tracker one. It shows like the top stats. And yes, don't worry, we're on full match. Of course we are. We should really win this, right? We should be winning this. Benfica are a good side. I mean, they knocked out Real Madrid for a start, but they're not that good, right? The first quote. So we have like a quote bot, and I believe it was the first quote. Might have been to do with Neil Lennon managing Benfica back in the day. Yeah, so no changes in the 5th minute, of course, because we're we're on full match. We should win this. We really, really should. Hang on, let me try quote 1. Because it's got like a cooldown on it. Well then, I guess it wasn't quote 1. Things you learn. Hang on, let me find it. I think I can just type in that, can't I? There you go, it was number 5. So it was fairly close to the first one, but not entirely the first one, as it goes. Oh. Encourage, yeah, we probably should actually. Yeah, that's what I do need reminders of is shouts. Oh god, Leon's already through here. Right, we need a good bit of defending here. The fact that we're missing a couple of really important players is not ideal today. We're going to be lacking that creativity in the midfield. Yeah, you have to catch up on the VOD, Neo Crowy. A lot's happened in that. Bit of game lag. I have dropped a couple of frames there, chat, unfortunately, so I do apologise. It's the stream actually is being a bit shit, which is just perfectly what we needed right as we started the match, isn't it? Let's see if that calms down. But yeah, that is actually on my end for once. We haven't had much stream lag in terms of the frames for a long time, actually, on stream. My internet has been very stable lately. Typical, isn't it? The moment we actually get into the match, it's like, no, I'm going to fuck this up now. Oh, God. Not even a top 50. Useless. Yeah, normally it's FM, but now that we've actually sorted that by figuring out exactly what the problem was. So this is actually the Hungarian national team stadium we're playing in at the moment. The Puskás Arena. It's got like 83,000 seats, so it's a big ground. Oh my lord, what is going on with the frames here? It's like something weird attached to the internet going. Why is this doing this? This should not be happening. I guess we're just trying to let it settle down, maybe? Oh, Nikolai! Thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. I'll put that towards the internet.
Every year I'm buzzing for the new FIFA game, but this year I have a Norge interest in it to buy it. Went back in June to FM after nearly 18 months away. And now I buy really good David to utplaying.
I think it just has...
just way more fun now with FM than it was with FIFA.
Yeah, I think it just has more replayability with FM than FIFA. But then, I say that as an enormously biased person. It's not like I never played FIFA. I used to play FIFA all the time, but just kind of get so angry at it all the time, you know? It's just not for me. So yeah, okay, I think the internet sorted itself out now. Where's that voice? That is Ingrid, my friend. She's a holdover from our days in Norway. How many seasons? This is season 29, unnamed. I think. I actually lose track now because we get through them so quickly, but I believe this is season 29 of the save. Actually generates attacking... Oh, wouldn't it be great? It'd be lovely. It's a lovely Norwegian lady voice. Hopefully, I might be able to find a Hungarian TTS for next time around. That'd be quite good. At least I'll hopefully be able to find a Scottish one for the beta. And if nothing else, we can keep him on. Oh, that was a bad piece of play. Irish League progressing. We are currently... We got up to as far as third in the coefficients. We're now a fourth. And unfortunately, even if we win the Champions League this year, we will slip down to fifth because Italy have had, I believe, the second best season of any country in this entire save this year. They've already got 22 points, and they've got 2 teams in the finals of the other 2 competitions. So Italy are going to take over us this year by like an enormous amount, but it is what it is. But then next year, we'll still have the 7 teams because of the delay, but then we're probably going to drop down to 6 for a year, which I think is going to be a huge year for us because these teams are getting better and better, whilst at the same time, they're going to have less dilution for a year. Oh, Thies freeze. Come on. This is a good start here. Oh, imagine if Thies scored in the Champions League final. The ultimate way to crown him off as Valev's shot is on target. Oh, okay. This is good. A Sean Connery voice back. Are all property solicitors beyond useless? I've never dealt with a property solicitor, but friends of mine who have had similar experiences. Big shout out to any property solicitors in chat. A lot of people. I don't think I've ever bought FIFA points. Bought coins back in the day. Back in the day. But Thies is already on pens. He's our designated penalty taker. Yes, we're doing Dundee United for the beta save. Crocodile Dundee United. We're finally doing Scotland. As chat bullied me into it. I've already started building the intro for that. I went through and clipped all those chat comments from stream on last week. Oh, hang on. Sal from midfield. Oh, that was a really bad touch from the belly. No, unfortunately, Thies Freeze has decided to retire. So this will be his last Champions League final in a Treaty United shirt, no matter what. It's unfortunate because he's still got 2 years left on his deal. And I'm really gutted. We just have to try to convince him in the next 6 months to become a staff member. We just have to, every couple of months, we just have to keep trying, giving him a different option, and hopefully he'll take one of them. What on earth was that? Oh, yeah, there's so many jokes we can come up with. We were going to try and sign only Australian players, but I just don't think that's probably going to be actually feasible at this point. Trying to sign Scotland. Oh, mate. I'm so looking forward to doing the looking forwards for this as well. Because we're going to get this wrapped up on the... What would that be? That would be the 6th of October. That'll be the final treaty stream. Then I'm away for a bit. And then we come back and do the looking forwards on the Tuesday and Thursday that week. And then... Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know. It depends on what things happen with the beta. I might need to take a weekend off just to work on like overlay stuff and set everything up ready for FM23 basically. There's a few changes I want to make. There's RZ. No. When did United play RZ? I thought United played Sheriff, or have they already played RZ this week? I actually lose track of English sides in Europe for the most part. It was a very long slide tackle, wasn't it? Yeah. How are we doing stats wise? Possession wise, it's been a bit even so far, honestly. Oh, Dundee United. Sorry. When people say United, everyone just assumes Manchester United. No, I didn't, actually. Just Aussies. Maybe. The work permit issue would be the bigger problem rather than actually the quality. It's more a case of we wouldn't be able to bring the guys over because of non-EU. So, that's the issue. Because the Brexit rules would absolutely fuck us on with Scotland. The second leg 9-0. Holy God. Is this real life? I didn't remember seeing that. That's mental. When was this? I tend to look through most of the Europa Conference League and like Europa League score lines. Like I'll see like one thing will flash up about it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Europa League tonight, and then I'll just go and look through the scores. Usually to keep an eye on Shamrock Rovers and the like. Oh God, don't foul him there. Okay, good. We are going to be lacking that little bit of creativity in the midfield today, just without the likes of. Oh, who are we missing? We're missing Trubovic, Manea as well. And obviously Christensen. How is that? Wow, the referee has been mad today. Part of the Commonwealth. I don't think so. As far as I'm aware, that doesn't apply to the Brexit rules in terms of football or work permits. I don't think. Unless I'm wrong, I don't know. I've not managed it. I've not done an English save this year. Last save. Oh, no, that's not technically true. Liverpool, but yeah, the last proper English save I did was Bolton. Good point. Good shout. Hey, HDA. Benfica are not a bad side. Good tackle from Neslo. Should kind of get a good grip on the game here. They're getting a lot of the ball considering the system we use. Makes a difference. Yeah, I thought so. So we are... That's probably out the window. And that's out the play. And then it was Tuesday yesterday. England. You're correct. It is indeed larger than England. Automatically. Still need to work perfect. Yeah. Especially with football as well. Oh, that Bolton save was really, really fun. That would probably be the last ever rebuilding save. It's a nice one to finish on, I suppose. We'll find all the dual nationalities. Yeah, exactly. A pommy passport? I love that phrase, pommy. Oh, hell yeah, Nui. I'm excited to see what... I'm just really looking forward to seeing what kind of features are going to be announced. Because I feel like that sort of stuff has to really be... We've got to see some kind of feature stuff within the next 2 weeks, I feel like. I would be very, very surprised if we don't see anything by... Honestly, by the end of the month. I would be very surprised if there's not something on it. Do you remember a few years ago when they got content creators and random people from the community to announce features for them? That was an experience. A Build Battle style team, really? End of September, start of October. Yeah, it's usually about a month before the beta that you start seeing little bits and bobsies. Yeah, our passing's not been particularly good today, and we just keep giving away possession. GEX. I'm not familiar. What's GEX? I assume it's like an expo, right? Hi, Hazy. Thank you for the follow. SYC Portsmouth. Oh, Portsmouth, easily. That Portsmouth side was so stacked, it's unbelievable. Just insanely stacked. Especially animation changes. I liked the animation changes a lot. And it's one of the things I really did credit them with originally. It's Brocky. I'm sure I've said that wrong. Do let me know. Thank you for the follow, though. I thought we had a penalty for a second there. You got approved. Wait, Gordo, I thought you were Australian. I didn't realise you were an expat. Falford, thank you for the 6 months, my friend. That is super kind of you. Hope you're having a lovely Thursday. It's Thursday, isn't it? Morning. Oh, shit. This is a big... Oh, what a block. God damn. Yeah, that Portsmouth team was... Some of the... Like, bear in mind, Norman Millington was it. How is that a foul? Like, Norman Millington would have absolutely rinsed... Even someone like Kim Min, I think. Millington was on a different level. Oh, that! Yeah, I did see something about that, actually, yeah. Jams, he must be doing a lot of air battles lately. I've never been a big man. Never been big for conventions, honestly. I did one convention. I went to EGX in 2018, I think. And that was because Kev invited me. We were doing this panel. Even more than I thought it would be. Oh, you're Scottish. Finally decided to get... That's probably not a bad shout at that point after 11 years. Get deported. Yeah, we have been a bit panicky so far. Benfica are actually quite good. I mean, they got to the final after all. It was EGX that I went to, but that was in Birmingham, I think. I think it was at the NEC. Pompey, wow. We're all old and gross in it. Dog Expo meetup. Oh, hell yeah. I'm still doing that. Definitely go to the Dog Expo. You know that's Discover Dogs for anyone who's interested.
Oh, yes,
thank you for the follow.
They are building it now.
On the... What day is the Dog Expo? It is the... Ignore Swanetsky on the screen. It's because I clicked my clock. It is the 15th. Discover cats when? Ah, mate, no, nothing to discover. Yeah, it's the 15th of October is Discover Dogs at the XL Centre in London. Fucking pumped for that, mate. Pumped. Yeah, oh, Hausken's definitely going to score against us. That is absolutely not in question at this point. Right, Sal, that's more like it. Get that ball down and start playing a bit. Oh, my God. Stefan, please, bruv. Please. Yeah, they do have a hugely good youth system. And they've actually just genuinely been very good discovering pogs. Ah, mate, I already discovered my pog. On the Fratton Park grounds, really? It's going all right, Cambodia. The game started a bit of a slow one. We're just kind of wheedling our way into it, seeing what we want to kind of do with it for the moment. This has been played at the Puskás Arena in Hungary. I want to sort of get us like, what on earth? I know that's because we're obviously in full max, so you see things that you're not normally used to seeing. Just want to see, keep an eye on the performances. Nobody's like... As long as I don't start seeing 6.5s, I'm actually fairly happy. And Niakshu has had a really good first 20 minutes. So that's good to see. Need to get more of that. Hey, yellow guy. Saki should not look tiny. Let's put it that way. He is, I believe, 6'6". The other problem we've got is we just lack that raw pace and finishing ability through the middle without Christensen. Like, Bilby is not really the man that should be playing today. That is not a free kick. Going on holiday? Ah. Anyone else going to Discover Dogs? Back in Wales now. Nice. I can't even attempt to say that. Quinferlin? I don't know how close I am there. Probably nowhere near. It's probably pronounced Tango Gufkin Thank to Decilio, I expect, but great tackle again. Niakshu is the one man who's really stood out in this first half. Actually, both wingbacks are... Oh, okay. I was about to say both wingbacks are improving their ratings. I will, Vice. I will. Was the thing. What is it? So basically, I really cannot harp on about this enough because I feel like I have to bang the drum for it. It's basically a dog exhibition, but not for dog owners, really. It's more for people that might want to get a dog. But what that entails, basically, is you go down to the Excel Centre. It's a Saturday and Sunday thing, but you can do whatever you want. Yeah, there's the link. And essentially, 200 different breeds of dogs are there, and they each have their own little stalls. And you can go around, talk to the owners, and also meet and pet all the dogs. It's basically, I would like to go pet dogs for 8 hours. How would I do so? This is how you would do so. I still have one of my favourite pictures of me is genuinely one from Discover Dogs last time where I'm sat there with a Leon burger, basically leaning on me. It's delightful. They're bloody lovely dogs. So yeah, it is. And it's not even super expensive. It doesn't have that kind of dog show kind of atmosphere. It's way more chill. It's really, really fun. So yeah, highly recommend it. It's not even that expensive. It was like less than 20 quid, I think, to get in. And because it's the Excel Centre in London, you can actually drive there rather than having to worry about like public transport and stuff if you want to like, you know, be able to drive there because you can just go around the back way. I have to stop Pog from doing that. Yeah, so you get like information about the dogs that you because you get to talk to the real owners of the dogs, so they can advise you all this information. Pog and I mostly go so we can pet dogs, but like if you are actually a prospective dog owner, it's probably very, very useful, I would say. Yeah, we only go to pet dogs. I have to stop Pog from trying to get one, of course. And there's loads of freebies as well if you are a dog owner as well. There's all sorts of free stuff there because it's good. They do have like show-related stuff as well. Like they had like a police dog display team. They had like an actual little mini dog show there too, but not like yeah. I have to convince her. They had some, but you get like kind of rare breeds. Why not have a dog now? Ah, not allowed, isn't it? Also, dogs are really expensive. Not just to buy, but to look after. You know, it's one of these things where I want to get a dog, but we need to have the financial stability in order to do so. You know, just get a dog. It's just like, can we do Scotland? Am I in London? No, I'm not in London. I'm Cambridge based, but it's not that far to drive. You know, it's like an hour on the M11, so no big problem there. We'll never leave. Yeah, might have to. Cut to, like, cut to 6 months from now, and I'm like recording streams in my sister's old bedroom or something. A dog or a cat? I reckon a dog, probably. Although, vet bills as well. Get a small one, easy to manage. Yeah, I mean, Pog wants to get a corgi, which is a very big small dog. The walking part would be really good, actually, for me. So Pog and I are going down to her parents in the start of October, and we're going to be looking after her parents' dog as well. So that's going to be interesting as well. She really has me to look after. Exactly. I'm way more loving than a dog. She doesn't like it when I sit on her lap, though. Oh, shit. Great save from Swanetsky. We've not started this game particularly well. We don't look bad, but we haven't been the creativeness. Niakshu is definitely the one player that... What on earth? Hang on. He never got anywhere near the ball there, and somehow that was a throw-in. I thought that was going to be a foul at least. Well, Niakshu is getting some weird tackles put. No, that's surely a foul. Right, this is a good chance for us. Oh, yeah. Just as hairy as a dog. I don't know. Depends what kind of dog. I'm not that hairy, honestly. Actually, that's not true. I am hairy, but not like in the masculine play. Like, my chest, fucking hairless. Like a Sphinx cat. But bearded, very hairy legs. But that's about it. Oh, good ball in. Oh! Bilby should have thrown himself at that. Freeze again. This is more like it from us. Ball across. Right, come on. But, okay, we're just trading wingbacks here at the moment. Freeze! That... What? Was he offside? I guess he must have been offside? How did that end up with a goal kick? And it didn't count as a shot either. He must have been offside, yeah. Bearded legs in it. A young Warren Beatty, I'll take it. I'm somewhat hirsute courteous, indeed. I love that is a weird one in the lore as well. Shout, good point. Yep. We'll get to half an hour and have a look at the stats. Looks like it's been smashed. That'd be a pug unnamed. Have you seen, oh god, what they're called? Like new pugs. So basically, they've been breeding out the issues that they've had with the breathing and stuff, and now they've got longer snouts again. It's really interesting that they've been doing this with certain dog breeds. But yeah, it's pugs that you're thinking about. Corgis, as far as I know, aren't like that. I hate the fact that in the States they tend to not have tails, but obviously in the UK, I believe that's not allowed. Or we want one with what Pog would call a swishy thing. Viceroy with the gifted sub to Basil the International. So good at producing players for sale because they just have insane youth facilities, youth recruitment, catchment area. There's just so many good things they've got there. Yeah. Less medical problems. They look kind of different. If you have to look them up. What? Okay, Housecoon probably could have had a shot there. We're getting played off the park here a little bit by Benfica. Albeit... I think what I might do is around the half an hour mark, we'll actually have a look at the analysis stuff. Because I know what sort of changes I want to make. I just want to have to see if they're the right ones at this point, please. Oh, God. Okay, so back to goal. We should be okay. Jesus Christ, they're really pushing up on us. But we've always got someone on them at any one point. So they're not like breaking... There we go. Perfect. Right, Sal, he's got to use Bibby here. This is what I want to see. Come on, keep that run going. Find the pass. Bibby has got it. Ah! Please. Oh! Come on. Just a cross or a corner or something. Freeze again! Oh, he's been our most dangerous player. What would you name the dog? We wanted to call the dog Sterling because we're incredibly cliche. Yeah, and the action, look at that, 7.4 from the action in the first half an hour of this game. We've really got to make sure we utilize him in this second period. Definitely. I feel like Thaisy is going to be a hero today. There's something about the way this game's shaping up that he's always the guy in the position to make something happen. Thighs freeze. Look at that little turn. Oh, and it's Sal running forward from midfield. Sterling does feel like a great name, yeah. We're in the final. Yes, this is the Champions League final. Half Patterdale? I've never heard of a Patterdale. But to play fetch. That's cute, isn't it? Do you know what a fun dog is? Or like a dog that I am always like, I'm amazed this is a real creature. I believe they're called commandors. Mop dogs, as they're otherwise known. I didn't realise that they get so unbelievably big. But at the dog show last time, there was a massive one that was like the size of a Great Dane. But if a Great Dane was a mop, it was incredible. Yeah, we haven't won it the last 2 seasons. We got to the semis both years, but we got horribly knocked out. This year, things were a bit different. Most of the agony came for Sligo Rovers, sadly, this year. Running over white lines. Sterling, yeah, indeed. I hadn't thought about that. Probably by the time we got a dog, he probably won't be in international reckoning anymore. Ever been to Gibraltar? I have not. Cyborgy. Wow. Okay. Yeah, fair play to Benfica. To be fair, they had quite an easy path. They knocked out Real Madrid while being 3-0 down from the first leg, so big up for them for that. Still hate them for knocking Sligo Rovers out in the semis, though. We could have had an all-Irish final if it were for these lads. It does seem like we're finding a little gaps now, but then so are Benfica. Possession's coming down a little bit. We haven't won any corners, really. Fouls are kind of even. Can't stop talking. Really? Okay. Have to consider that one. Again, the Akshu into space. He has had the best first half I think any player's ever had. Valev! On rabbits. Never had rabbits myself. My friend, Dean, I don't know if you're still in chat. Do you still have the rabbits? Or is that taken the back burner since Ash came along? Hey, McDonald. I'm doing well. I'll be doing weller if we could grab ourselves a win here. Unnamed SG, thank you for the follow. Niakshu's already on a 7.8 in the first half here. I mean, look at the... Oh, that was Ramos that time. But to be fair, he is having an absolutely wonderful day. Eating... I meant kept rabbits, I think. This is a... Oh, 6-shot, thank you for the follow as well.
I open my own hotel.
Clearly, Niakshu is finding space. I do wonder if... Actually, right, I've got an idea. One thing I am going to change. Both of our strikers are 6'6". There's no reason to have low crosses on in this particular game. Normally I have it on because I find that we're actually very good with low crosses when Christensen's in this team. But with both of our strikers being absolute mountain men, I would like some floated balls in. Just try to get some danger in there. That might be my first switch. The rest I might wait till half-time to really achieve as Swanetti comes and claims. I think like the next thing, new 5-year deal. To be fair, I think he actually just got one. And Sal's certainly getting one soon. I feel like Sal is actually the weak point in our midfield at the moment. He's not got that versatility to get... This is why we miss Turbo Civic. How tall are their defenders? However tall they are, there's no way they're going to be taller than R2, surely. So they've got Gabriel, who's 6'4", with 16 jumping reach, is pretty solid. And then Bezic, who's 6'2", with 15 jumping reach. But then we've got Bibby, who's 6'5", with 16 jumping reach. Okay, so it's going to be quite close. And then Valev, who's 6'5", with 16 jumping reach. It's going to be tight, but I still think that, particularly when they peel off onto the fullbacks, it's going to be a mismatch. Just kind of want to get Bogdanov to get some more crosses in the right spots. Because Niakshu is doing a lot of work there, whereas Boggy's not really having the same success. At the moment, anyway. It's definitely the best performance we've seen from any player, I think, in any of our Champions League finals, from Niakshu in the first half here. But I want to look at his heat map and stuff and figure out why that is. Is it because they're unbalanced in their team and it's allowing Niakshu the space to just keep playing good passes? It's not a mountain, it's permanent back pain. In it. I'd hate if we lost. This feels like the easiest one we've, in theory, on paper had. But this Benfica side are no mugs. They got here for a reason. They put 9 goals past in the semi-final. Like, they're clearly a quality side. They scored 4 against Real Madrid. Good attack. Good defending again. Oh, actually, Bebe's got it. Right, drop it off. There we go. We just need that more impetus in the midfield. And the problem at the moment is that... Oh, hang on. Here we go. This is lovely football. And the Niakshu again into space. Lovely. Okay, good cross. Pops it in. Sal was the man on the end of it, though. That looks a bit more fruitful for us, potentially. Oh, that's a lovely pass. Just not quite good enough. Yeah, we have got the curse of Bella Gutman on our side. True. A 4.5. I once saw a 3.8. It was 3 mistakes leading to a goal, followed by a red card. I can't remember who it was, but it did happen. I think it might have been during the early stages of Outcast to Icons when we were in Belarus, perhaps. I don't think it was one of our players. It might have even been a friendly. But I've definitely seen a 3.8 before. It was not a good performance from that player. And I think, honestly, the red card barely had an effect. It was the 3 mistakes leading to goals. They are so heavily punished for that. Oh, I've seen 4s. I think you need, basically, to get anything under a 5, you really need, like, multiple mistakes leading to goals type of thing. And again, Thies Freeze with a lovely interception. He's been spectacular in this. Not spectacular, but very, very good in this first half. It's him and Niakshu. And Boggy's starting to climb a little bit now, which is good. I wonder if that's because of the slight cross change. But Bilby has really struggled. Highlight speed, it is just 1 notch above the middle. So not quite. I find that the basic one, that the middle is too slow for me. It doesn't feel, it just feels weird. So I always have it 1 notch above. Yeah, true. We do have a habit of getting FM, so we'll see. I think the problem with Bibby as the striker in place of Christensen, it's just a very different style of football. And that can cost us. Oh, go on. If Sal can dink this. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, that was a chance, actually. I think they maybe should have just put a cross in there. A goalkeeper with a 3.2. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It always needs to be 1 notch above for me to make that work. For whatever reason. Yellow guy with the 4 months. No, wait. Yes. Thank you so much, my friend. That's super kind. Hope you're well. We feel like we're getting on the ball a bit more over the last sort of 5-10 minutes of this game now. I don't know if that's actually showing up in the possession stats. Slightly. Oh, it's been a very, very poor first half from both sides, I'd say. Neither time's really created any huge chances. It's been very cagey. But we can work on that. And again, the actually being played in. Oh, go on. Nice loopy one. Oh! Benfica 0, Treaty 1, Mbaye Sao with the headed goal to give us the lead in the Champions League final. What on earth? What a pass this is, by the way, from Miggy Ramos. Lovely cross from Dorian Niakshu. That is such a good cross, but look at that. Sao of all people to score the current leading goal. What on earth? That's... I would not have had him even close to being... But again, it was Niakshu with the cross. That says it all for me. He has been so good. This is like a career-defining performance from Dorian Niakshu today. And the fact that Sal's got that goal might just boost his... Yeah, Sal's really stepped up. And again, Niakshu with an... Niakshu was doing everything. Everything in this first half. Perfectly clean tackle. Manages to injure their right winger as well. Oh, the goals are so much better on full match because you never know when they're coming. Are they just going to take a throw with this guy laying down? Oh, this is great. I've got a sausage roll in the fridge. Ready for celebrations. That was a perfectly good tackle, yeah. Meanwhile, bit of capoeira. Oh, yes. Drop a beat. Oh, he's doing press-ups now. Love to see it. Oh, can you speed this up? Nope, nothing you can do about that. On the Axu again. Man, if he doesn't get... It feels like he's in for like a 9 performance. Oh. Most bizarre thing ever. Oh, it really does. Honestly, it's still bizarre. Like, Benfica being in this final. They've been in one final in this entire save, which is still very impressive, which they lost very comfortably to Barca. And Sal's in a really good position here if he could just get the ball. But Boggy's... Why is he doing that? We're on dribble less. Rolf Kieran, thank you for the follow. Okay. Yeah, the thing about full match is those goals mean so much more because you don't have any kind of expectation that they're coming. There's no highlights or anything like that, so you just think that, you know, every goal, every shot could be a goal. You just don't know. And that's what makes it so heartbreaking at the same time. Great block again from Dorian, or is that Ramos? No, it's Thais Freeze, who's also had a good first half. Boggy's rating is now creeping up as well. I don't know what it is, but his rating has crept up too. This is really interesting. I like a full match. Only ever for the finals. I feel like there's a limit to that, but this is good. Dribble less equals pass more. So basically, you'll see here, instructs players to adopt a pass first mentality rather than a dribble way into attacking situations. So in theory, yes, it does mean pass more. You'd like to think so anyway. She plays on the system. It's because I find that with dribble less, you play really nice football. Honestly, it allows those lovely pass and move triangles. The only players that I kind of want on dribble more, actually, in fairness, because he's playing as a wing back on attack, he will have dribble more often on his like a hard-coded role. So that would explain why he did it. The only role in this system that I like dribbling is the wing backs. I like, but usually better than that. I have them, if they've got runs with ball more often, it actually seems to make them really good in this system. They just start taking people on. I keep wanting to call him Baccarat. Bizunov. Oh, good defending again from Neslo, and Bilby has got it. Yeah, both the strikers have had poor first halves, but that's fine. We've got goals from elsewhere. Sauer's making the same runs again. Oh, that's a push. This is a chance for us. It's a genuine chance. Oh, hang on. Is this close enough? Thais Freeze. No, it's surely too far out. Oh, what on earth? That was an insanely good free kick from Thais Freeze. Ball in. Bilbia! Oh, why is he trying to square that? Just head it on target at least. Oh, okay. We've definitely picked this up now. For sure. This game's suddenly got a lot better now. Oh, look at this touch. Oh, the football now. We're playing some really good stuff here. Niakshu taking people on. Why is it that every time this man puts a tackle in, he gets the ball, but is nowhere near the ball or the player? That same player's done it about 6 times already today. Go on, Niakshu. Long ball. Oh, what a power. What a bloody cross that was. Why did Bogdanov let him take that? Oh. Shoulders, knees, and toes. Come on. One more big ball in. Bogdanov, bit of space for it. Oh, cleared again. We've absolutely taken this game over since the goal. And slightly before that as well. How is this looking for the stats? Weirdly, it's actually kind of even still on that. But it feels like we're in the ascendancy. And that's half-time. Benfica 0, Treaty 1. Okay. So, half-time thoughts. Strike Force are actually kind of struggling, but they're allowing everyone else into the game at the moment. We've got... Ramos has been fine, if not spectacular. Bogdanov's doing better now. He's actually improved. Sal obviously got his goal. Niakshu has been world-class in this game, honestly. This is the best I think I've ever seen him play. Really. Follows the ball at a slight angle. Ooh. It's like a new camera angle, I suppose. That'd be kind of cool. Strike Force is just struggling for me at the moment. I don't want to make any more changes as things stand, because we're actually kind of good for now. But I'm trying to look at like what our plan would be. Do you know what? I'm kind of tempted to yoink Bilbia for Dimitrov because he's speedier and he's left-footed. And I feel like he might be a bit more... Is he speedier? Let's just see. Technically, yes. But look at that 19 finishing. But he's not getting the chances to finish because he's not getting to those positions. I feel like Madrid might see some game time in this game as well, potentially, as well. Or maybe Cedeno later on. We've also got Holvoot. They're getting tired, yeah, but hopefully they'll get half time to refresh them a little bit. So they'll definitely need... It might be a case of getting Radojicic on at some point in the second half. Not because he's playing poorly, but just because he might get so tired. Absolute criminal if they didn't have the music of the game. I couldn't care less if they do or not, but it would be weird if they didn't. But then also I'd have to find a way to make sure it's never, ever played. Right. So who's playing well for Benfica? Wow, literally no one is doing anything of note for Benfica in this first half at all. The striker's sort of isolated. Fernandez has been okay. So's Leon. Madrid does feel like he... Can I show you, actually? Yeah, yeah. When was he... It feels like a lot of our more senior players now have all started to get personality types like model citizen and model professional. It feels like none of them had this before other than Thighs Freeze, and yet Dorian Niakshu has now model professional as well. Oh yeah, we'll get Jizzy on if we can. Oh yeah, Dorian's been fantastic. He's just next level good. 10 years at the club. He's due for a testimonial soon too. Like, the only reason that Radojicic isn't in the team, because this is our backup left wing back, by the way. This is Dragan Radojicic. Like, this man would get into most teams in Europe, but because of Niakshu existing, he's a backup player. How's Fidel doing? He's not developing because he hasn't had the game time, unfortunately. We've also technically got Navarro as well, who could come in, but he's very much more of an aggressive wing back. Very, very, very. Oh yeah, no, we've been stacked in that position. We're less stacked in the right wing back spot. We had to retrain a winger in Bogdanov to play as a wing back, but he has been spectacular there, honestly. I'm just trying to plan. I feel like that Dimitrov for Bilbia sub is certainly something that could happen. And I kind of feel like Thighs Freeze might have to go off at some point, potentially. But I also want to leave room in case we need to bring Jizzy on, just for the lols, right? Remember, we are missing 3 of our first team starters. So Christensen would be here, and we'd have Turbovic and Octavian Manea would be playing in these 2 roles right now, if we had. So we're missing both of our centre mids and our striker in this team at the moment. Manea would be fantastic in this game. So, how old is Thighs? I believe he's 36, but he's going to be 37 in next month. Who's the RPM sub? We don't really have one, honestly. Ramos is... The only other player that can sort of comfortably sit as an RPM is Lukacic. And we'd have to switch the defence around for that. Because Lukacic has got really good passing. Well, he's got solid passing. He can do the job. We have asked him several times, Maury, and he's said no each time so far, but we maybe just haven't found the right one. Because he is retiring at the end of the year, unfortunately. Okay, well, let's have a look at the... where has it gone? How do we access the analysis? Analytical data. Here we go. So, heat maps. Not a lot to say about that, really, just yet. But you can see definitely that this combination here between Thighs Freeze and Dorian Niakshu is solid. Let's have a little look at where the shots are coming from. Mostly, those are both free kicks, I think. They've been really close to our box. I'm trying to think what I'm even really looking for here. But about average positions, actually. That could be kind of interesting. Just get rid of... Actually, no, we'll just do overall. Just easier then. So Bilby, you can see, is definitely pushing up here. And you can see that Thighs Freeze is pushing up in that position as well. Ramos is just sort of sat. Niakshu's slightly further forward. Not really too much we can learn from that at this point, really. Take us Hoyt. Well, Emmett is the Hoyt, and he will be forever. So hopefully Thighs doesn't want to become a head of youth development. That would kind of suck. If that's actually what he wanted. Their left winger is pushing up further than their right wing back. Although I do wonder if that's just because Niakshu's pushing him back, and whereas Bogdanov's not having the same kind of success. I think at this point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're looking okay in this game. It's not spectacular. It's not bad, is it, really? Add Women's League into FM? No more than I am any other feature, you know? It's not going to make me go, oh my god, I want to do that, you know? It's cool, it's new leagues that they're bringing in. I don't think you'll see it in FM23. Not like the way that you would expect it to, as far as I know. It's not something I care particularly that much about as far as the game. I'm not going to be rushing out to do a save in there, let's put it that way. But it's always nice to see new leagues in any form added to the game, so there's certainly nothing wrong with it at all. Right. Yeah. Okay. I think we're just going to go with what we got for the moment. See how the second half... Because if the second half continues the way that our first half finished, we might be in a good position. Because Benfica will have to do something to just keep coming at us now. That's usually the way our teams behave, anyway. If they're going to do it, they need to bring in lots of them. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Although, actually, it probably works better than it would do in FIFA. Right. Still going to praise them. Let's go. Second half. Let's have this. They've made a change. Ah! So they've taken off the guy. Wait. Was that their fullback that they... Wow, Baccarat was their... I didn't realise that. For some reason, I thought he was their right mid. He was so far forward all the time. Not that we had any instructions on him anyway, but that's interesting, actually. GTA leaks. I did see the GTA leaks, yeah. Interesting. Okay. We'll have to keep an eye on the ratings of the players in the second half. If anyone starts to drop off, then they might need a little rest or something. We can do with that. I'm still not opposed to the Dimitrov idea, though. The guy was great for Shamrock Rovers. He's not ever really played for Treaty United that much. I think he has scored a goal, but we'll see. This would certainly be a weird one to throw him into out of nowhere. Bogdanov again. Bit of space for the cross. Oh, hang on. Thighs Freeze is out there. I'm still watching it, but I must say it's not exactly been entertaining lately. But then that's what you expect, right? I think I came in at a time when it was like, wow, there was actually a really good season going on. And now it's kind of like back to normal service, I suppose. Okay. If he actually plays... Oh! Thighs Freeze just out here upending people. Good clearance from Saki. That's a really nice clearance, actually. Always just getting it towards the corner. Get back. Oh, nice. Right, Valev could look up, potentially. But again, there's no, like, link, really, unfortunately, between Valev and Bilbia because they're just not used to playing together. These two so rarely ever start games together. I imagine it's been probably single digits that they've played together as the Strike Force because they're both the same type of player. Usually one is a sub for the other. And maybe we should have started with Dimitrov, but I was kind of expecting like we wouldn't lose Christensen, honestly. Yeah, I think waiting for Ferrari's strategy to eat them in the face, that's probably the most entertaining part about F1 for me at the moment. And good ball into the channel, but that should be well marshalled out the way by Niakshu. Again, good. Solid. He is just starting to drop a little bit of rating, as is Boggy at the start of the second half. But it might just be that we're enjoying a bit of spell out of the possession. Right, now Boggy's got a bit of room. What can he do with that room? He's got the support deep. Yeah, so it's there when we really want that guy that's just going to sit on the shoulder of the last defender to find those passes. And that's very fortunate that got through. What on earth? That right there. That was the full not on the right wavelength that I'm on about with those two. They're just not quite at it today. That's a really bad clearance as well. We need to sort this out. F1 Manager, I haven't played it, and I'm probably not going to at this point. I'm going to wait and wait and wait. Maybe it'll come on sale. From what I've seen of it, I don't think it has the depth that I would want to make me enjoy a game like that, honestly. Change the striker. Probably not going to do that 48 minutes into the game. Because we want to make sure that we're actually not making changes too early, because then you can't revert them. Niakshu's ball. And Bogdanov! That was a good effort. Like, it's not like we're on key highlights, so making random substitutions for no reason too early in the match is not going to help us. It was a good effort, though. And Niakshu with another great tackle. I'll wait till like 60 minutes. That would have been some effort. Good clearance from Saki. There's actually been a shot yet in the second half. Oh, yeah, we must. Oh, it's the Bogdanov one, right? Yeah. Yeah, for me, I don't think Motorsport Manager did a really good job at setting up some of the back-end stuff that I feel like could have been implemented, and I feel like it lacks so much of the depth that I really like from those types of games, and is very pretty to look at, but that's not why I play football. That's not why I play those types of games, you know? I play Red Dead Redemption 2 because it looks good. And also is. Oh, Sal. Oh, he could have done better with that too. But Jizzy. Oh, there's still room for Jizzy. Jizzy's more of a Valev replacement rather than a Bilby replacement. I might do 55 minutes if it still continues to drag on there. But the actual is still gaining rating, which is good. Lukacic is once again struggling in the middle of the defense, but it feels like that seems to happen in every single Champions League final with him, even if he plays well. Lukacic loses rating in the middle of our back three all the time in big matches. Usually, it's because the other two defenders are dealing with everything and he's not getting enough touches on the ball to do any defensive actions, and the game punishes players for that weirdly. Oh, Valev, slip him in! Oh, God. Daniel Bilby is through. Right, come on. Big chance. Yes! And that's why you don't substitute players too early. Daniel Bilbia, Benfica 0, Treaty 2. We needed one little opening there and we've got it. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. The moment that Thighs Freeze wins this, Bilbia's in behind that centre-back and suddenly the pass is there and there it is. Lovely stuff. Great finish as well, just low and hard across the goalkeeper. 2-0 up in the Champions League final. Now we can sub him off. Oh, we've never led 2-0 in the Champions League final. Well, Lukacic has done nothing bad at all. It comes down to the lack of anything good. I feel like FM punishes players. This is why some players get random ratings. Because I feel like it punishes players that don't give any... when they don't do anything, even if it's nothing bad. To me, if they've done nothing bad, they should be a nice static average. But, yeah. So if he's not making, like, key headers or key tackles, they seem to punish them for it when they're defenders, which is a little bit annoying, honestly. But that is a very important time to get a goal. Yeah, you'd think that he'd get quite a lot of touches as well, but then not always, because there's so many defenders in. That was really nice play, actually, from Saki to leave that for Bogdanov. Now Benfica have got to do something. They can't just sit here and lose 2-0. Bogdanov has done really, really well. Most enjoyable saves ever. Oh, for sure. I think it could have been a lot more enjoyable if it wasn't for some of the things that we had to fight against during the save. But, yeah. Somewhere up there, the Sligo manager is watching us going, you know what? I fucked up. We could have done that. Oh, that's fine. Right, now we just have to be chill. Hello, Pogs. Fight against so many things that are broken about the game, basically. So, things like players from a Bolivian second division won't join us when we've won the Champions League. And say nonsense stuff, then join other teams for, like, less money. All this stuff. Oh, Bilby is through again! Oh, he's really woken up. Too easy? No. I mean, if it was, we'd have won way more Champions Leagues this year. This if we won this match, it would only be the second Champions League in this save, and we've played 29 seasons. I feel like if it was too easy, I would have won way more. It felt easier last year, honestly. The reputation nonsense, the oh god, what else? The lack of scaling. So because our player values never increased properly, it meant that we weren't able to actually continue building the team how it should have been built. Because we weren't able to like bring players in and then sell them for big money as much as we should have been able to. And it meant that we kind of got stuck in this weird financial position. Reputation was fucked. There's way too much stuff. Oh, too much as an Irish team. I mean, I suppose. But then, like, what do you want then? So that you can never win a Champions League if you're an Irish side? Because to me, that isn't difficulty. That's just nonsense. As with all of these things, I don't like... Difficulty for difficulty's sake is not fun. It has to be difficulty... as in reasonable difficulty. Things that aren't just arbitrary difficulty. Things that actually have a purpose, you know? What a lovely pick out from Sal. Oh, we're playing some gorgeous football now. Okay, that's... How has that gone to Bogdanov? How has that found its way there? Oh, did I just... Yeah, I did the shout. We can praise the team now, which is the first time ever being able to praise the team in the Champions League final. Freeze on the ball again. Oh, he's a dreamboat, isn't he? Valev, down Rasai for Niakshu. There's bodies in there. Just... Oh, so poor. Believable difficulty, yeah. And difficulty is entirely player choice as well. Yep, the board selling all of our players for no reason. Particularly the Jibril Sia one. No, Jibril Dia, where they sold him, then gave me the opportunity to protest the transfer. I succeeded in the protest, and it sold anyway. Shit like that. Yeah. Oh, so close. Yeah, the lack of sponsorship that we've gotten... Like, bear in mind, we still only make $1 million a year in sponsorship as a team that have won the Champions League. And are currently winning the Champions League at the moment as well. I think there is an element to that usual suspect as well. Yeah. I think it's... And that actually makes it quite difficult as well, though, because a lot of them just get stagnated towards the top, and it makes it there's less variety, right? This is the final. Hey, Jack. Yes, this is the final. What are we doing in terms of stats now? It's slowly swinging our way now. The league rep is a joke, agreed. It lags way too much. What I'd also say is that when Germany had that one really good season, they immediately shot up 2 more reputation spots again, but we'd had 4 consecutive good seasons and didn't move a single place. And I know that that's based on the reputation number, but it just feels like Germany were just given a huge bump for no reason. To enough to go up 2 entire spots on the reputation charts. Meanwhile, we were still stuck in 7th, despite being the 3rd best league. Very odd. Lukacic has now touched the ball. What's Pog sending me? I coughed myself awake this morning, and it's a good job I did because I set my alarm too late. Things you love to see. I have no idea, George, honestly. But, like, to give you an idea, the Welsh sides in this save earn more in sponsorship in a year than we do. And they've never been anywhere. Like, Barla Town earn more in sponsorship in a year than we do in this save. Despite the fact that we are European champions in the past. European champions elect at the moment. So, yeah, stuff like that is just unacceptable. Hopefully they fix all that. Well, if they don't fix all that, Marco, we're going to be taking it into our own hands and fixing it preemptively. So we're going to be making changes to the database if things aren't fixed and trying to make it fixed ourselves, basically. There's only a few things we can do, but we will do it. I'm not afraid to edit stuff in the pre-game to make that stuff a little bit more realistic later in the game. I honestly couldn't care less at this point about, like, oh, realism. It's like, yeah, I mean, if the game was realistic, we wouldn't have this problem. Like, so, yeah. It feels like it's worse this year. Norway was definitely better for that kind of stuff. Other things is like, what we're going to edit. Things like transfer biases of the clubs. So, Irish sides in this save, despite the fact that they're all, like, European contenders themselves now, basically refuse to sign outside of the UK. For the most part. And I think it's because they have transfer biases because of where they are initially, and it doesn't evolve, basically. They've only just started opening up like that. Rivalry, yeah, that doesn't happen. We've had 29 seasons that have no rivals. So they'd have to make that work properly first. Oh, lovely header again for Bilbia. We're looking really composed now. That's another good foul. Greg's name is closed. I want a sausage roll. Ooh. Oh, Tesco's meal deal sausage rolls are poggy. Next year for everyone on YouTube. So yes, it's Blue Star. Newcastle Blue Star. Team is a lonesome height in the division. In the division, yes, but Sligo Rovers are in the Champions League semi-finals this year. Seems a bit weird that a team that was in the Champions League finals aren't going to have a scouting range outside of Ireland and the UK, is it? That for me is just completely unrealistic. Coffee free food, fair play. Fair play. Yeah, dynamic youth rating definitely needs to rework as well, I would say. Yeah, the Blue Castle save. I've done it again. Blue Castle New Start. Yeah, that'll be the YouTube save for FN23. It won't start immediately though, because obviously the same problems as last year. And in addition, the style in which I'm going to do it is going to take quite a lot of work. But I like that kind of work, you know. I want to make it fun for everybody, not just like standard save sort of stuff again. They technically are in the 11th tier, but they will be in the 10th tier because there's no way I'm going to be able to wait for an 11th tier database. So the save will start like a year in the future. And then I'll just be like, oh, look, we're here now kind of thing, you know? I can put them in the 10th tier once I've got that database, and that's fair. I mean, it's hard enough from the 10th tier. 11th tier at that point is kind of much of a muchness, isn't it? Yeah, they're an English team. They're based in Newcastle. The idea is basically we're going to try and win all of the trophies before Newcastle do. Should do it the way of Steve Bruce. No, it's actually going to be done in a documentary style. In theory. Almost like, think like Parks and Rec, but as a football manager save. Past a certain point, you get a squad and steamroll low divisions. What do you want me to do about it? Like, start them in the championship? Like, there's not a lot I can really do about that. That's football manager. Switch save, that's going to be MTK Budapest. Blue Castle sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah. Peak way too early. I think maybe, yeah. Actually, wrote some novel. Yeah, I did, yeah. Oh, for building a nation hungry, obviously, not just like a random MTK Budapest save. It will be a building a nation save. But it's just we're using MTK as like the base for it, essentially. Blue Castle does sound like... It sounds a bit like an energy drink as well, right? From Dream Team. So, yeah. It was originally going to be like Dream Team and Footballers Wives, but I couldn't figure out a way of actually representing that, because obviously I have access to stock footage, but it wasn't going to be very good for, like, dialogue. So I figured it'd be much more fun if it was all done through, like, talking head interview style. And I could have, like, voice actors and do stuff and other content creators. Yeah. Exactly, Fallen Giant. I imagine if you could move editor data across. Imagine if you could continue your save along. I've always thought that the ability for like save compatibility, forward compatibility would be unbelievably powerful. But there you go. Converter. I think it's just because of certain features potentially, and the way that the save files are saved themselves. But yeah, that'd be fun. Energy drink kit basher sponsor, yeah, it makes you poggy. With a phone ring instead of the usual hi guys. Right, now you notice I don't start videos with hi guys anymore. I realized that it was unnecessary and it was better to just jump into the content. But I'm really ramping up story stuff with Nomads because that has to finish by the 7th of October. So what your current save is like, how so? If you like, I mean, like in terms of features, if they add stuff to the game that wasn't present in the previous game, it's certain things in the save file may not be compatible. That's why they don't do it. That's so soon. Yeah. Well, it has to be done before I go away, basically. Because once I'm gone, I'll be back. But then we want to do the looking forward, and then I need some time to prep for everything, basically. Hi, shit, porcupines. Yeah. Open up with crossbody action with the Sal. Sal scores. Oh. The dream. we've really just been kind of just solid for the rest of this game now. I think probably now would be a good time to make some subs, honestly. Niakshu's been spectacular. Sao is actually kind of knackered, so is Thighs 3. So the Strike Force has really picked up a little bit lately too. So I think now... Oh. Is it too early for Jizzy? I feel like Jizzy's the third sub, right? Question is, who's the first sub? This is a tough one, actually. Because we don't really have a lot of depth in the key areas at the moment. Oh. The Canoe Tactics, maybe, yeah. I have noticed that more and more lately, things that are being able to be carried over. Things like views and stuff are way easier. They're not having to be recreated. All of my views just got carried straight on over. I might do Fidel Madrid. Maybe even from Baysal. I know he's played slightly better and scored the goal, but I kind of feel like I want to keep Thighs Freeze on because he's just a god. Stop streaming. There's really going to be no time for that anyway, Lolo, I think, because once the looking forward... So bear in mind, the looking forward streams will be on the 18th and 20th of October. So the beta, for me, is most likely the 25th at the latest. So we'll have maybe one stream off, but that's about it. Gonna get a second YouTube channel with the full streams available on it. Or I could call it Straight Red Card, which is what I do call it, because that's where the streams go, and have done for the past year and a half. For those who aren't aware, I do have a second channel. It's Straight Red Card. That's where the streams go. I want to keep Thighs on so we can lift the cup as well if we do get it. Yeah, true. Kvetic could come on from Miggy Ramos, you know. Beta save. Beta save is Dundee United. On Twitch, that is. There's no beta save per se for YouTube. It's going to be different content like that. Late next week. Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, I think I actually do have a command for it. I just can't remember what it is, honestly. So that's going to be the change. I'm going to bring in Kvetic there. And then we'll save the last sub for Jizzy. If we're in the right position. It might be VOD, actually. It could be exclamation mark VODs or VOD. International team as a side gig. Honestly, if there's probably only going to be one stream between there and the beta, I'll probably just take that weekend off because there's a few things I want to adjust. Like, I want to set up the new audio routing for streams so we can have cool music. I want to be able to prepare for it properly. We always do the international save stream if there's a gap that we need to fill. It's like Dundee United by day, Swedish manager by night. I suppose, but absolutely not. Oh, you mean international team as well? Oh, hell no. Not until they improve international management. God, no. They'd have to make me want to play international modes. Yeah, I don't know why. Have a look. Any other buttons I might have on here? I don't think I do, you know. Skin, say... Oh, hang on. There we go. That's it. We just nearly conceded a goal there, by the way. If they improve international, I still probably wouldn't do it as like alongside another save. It would have to be a save where that is the goal. I can't stand international management, especially in saves when you're doing other stuff. It's just such a tedious distraction that doesn't add anything for me. The last time I did it was with Outcast to Icons on YouTube all those years ago when I was Belgian manager as well. It's because originally it was called something different. It was called SYC Live. But then I changed the name because I thought Straight Red Card would be more fun. We do actually... There is a command list. I just can't remember what it is. Making full games like these YouTube video, like on the VOD channel. Hang on. A YouTube video, like on the VOD channel. Well, we kind of do, like I said, with the VODs. The VODs go on the VOD channel, and this is going to be on there. So, yes, I suppose. I already do. Internet management, it just hasn't been fleshed out enough. And a lot of the mechanics in it are utterly broken. Because they use a lot of the normal mechanics from the normal game. And unfortunately, a lot of that doesn't apply to national teams. And as a result, it's just things like asking your assistant to help you pick a squad. And he'll like pick like 10 players for some reason. For absolutely no apparent reason. And it wasn't even enough to fit the requirements of the tournament you're into or something. It's a huge opportunity for them, particularly with the World Cup coming up, to improve international management. A 20-minute game. A 20-minute game? But it's not a full match if it's 20 minutes. I'm not sure I understand. I thought you said you wanted the full game. That was an annoying clearance, because now we're actually under a bit of pressure here. How's the stats looking here? Again, very even. Benfica have come up with a huge shots. Full match take in real life. About an hour and a half. 3 times faster? Oh, definitely not. But it takes about 90 minutes because you've got, like, you know, us sticking about with changes and substitutions and all that jazz. I'd say it probably takes you about an hour and a half to get through a full game. Usually about the length of a real game. There's little bits where it saves time in things like MTK not decent. They're in the second tier, and that's all that matters for the save. If what you're asking for is like highlights of the streams on the second channel, it's simply not going to happen because I don't have an editor to edit a 4-hour stream down every single time. That's just not a thing I can afford to do, sadly, and I simply don't have the time to do it myself. Believe me, I'd love to have the VODs edited down into actual YouTube videos for a second channel, but like, I'm not in a position to do that, sadly. 18 years, fair play. Also, just the highlights and don't have to watch the full game. How would I do that when we've got the full game on? We are watching the full game. That is the stream. If I just put the highlights on the second channel, that would just be like a 2-minute video, I suppose. Work harder and get requests done. Oh, I see. Right, my bad. Yeah. I'll do it for a rimming. How many? How many rimmings we talking? I think you got to remember that I am a one-man team, essentially. Like, anything you see, I do. I don't have editors. I can't afford to get editors. And I'm in a position where you're kind of in a catch-22, right? Because I'm sure I could do a lot better if I did, but I can't afford them in the first place. Ergo, it's sort of a, yeah. Rather than a YouTube video, there's no particular thought process behind it. I did it the first time on stream last time around. It was just, yeah. Honestly, because I did Building a Nation on YouTube before, and it was fine, but it wasn't any more or less successful than anything else. And this has been really fun and successful on streams for me. Like, my viewer numbers, when I first started doing Building a Nation with Treaty United, more than doubled from what I was at before then. And it's kind of just stayed very consistent since then. Pack chips, ooh. Who scored? So we had a lovely header from Umbe Sao, gave us the lead. And then we got a second one from my man, Daniel Bilbia. Grimmy Jimmy. Thank you for the follow. Go from rimming to one-man team. I don't have any editors. I'm just me. What you see is what you get from me, really. Like, don't get me wrong, I would like an editor at some point, but I'm not in a position where I can afford to lose that money initially in order to hire one, in order to be able to get anything back from it, you know? I'm not at that level. But I hope that one day I can be, you know? Oh, hello. Bit of space for Fidel Madrid. And the Yaksho! Oh, if anyone deserves a goal in this game, it is Doran Niakshu. What a chance that was for the young... Well, I say young. He's 28-year-old now. Bogdanov. And... Oh, bloody hell. It's ricocheting everywhere. Boggy again. Back for Svetic. Oh, edge of the box. Neslo for the long-ranger banger? Your stream team? I suppose so, yeah. Neslo. Kvetic. Come on. Somebody just get... I love how it's 3 centre-backs playing with the ball here. We need someone who can cross the ball to get in the right position to cross the ball. Nope, it's just the centre-backs again. Oh, and after all that. Oh. Okay, Chris, tell him to invoice Kev. He's the richest man in the community. He can afford it. I think Jizzy for the last 10. I just didn't want to run the risk of us conceding a late one. Oh, that was a great... Was it the goalkeeper that saved that one? Or was it... Oh, no, it was Josep, yeah. It was a block. It's the Puskás Arena in Hungary. Yeah, it's kind of mad that Sligo conceded 9 goals to these guys over 2 legs. Great tackle again from Thijs Freeze. Thursday. Oh, Sheffield. Oh, as in Sheffield FC. Sick. There was a YouTuber I once knew that did a save just like that, you know? Ah, dear. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I do a stupid amount of work, because at the end of the day, I'm still very happy to be doing this over literally anything else, of course, and I have a great time doing it. It's not to say it's not stressful sometimes, but it's still very, very fun to do as a job, you know? But it does come with the time crunch of 6 days a week most weeks, sometimes 7, honestly, because I still find myself having to do things on the Sundays as well, just to keep things ticking over. And it can get tough sometimes, because there's a lot of things that need to be done before the new cycle starts around. Particularly if I want to do what I'm actually gonna. Particularly if I'm going to do what I want to do with the Blue Star save. That's gonna take a lot of work, but I want to, because I have no idea like artists at this point. I used to do like online. I was an internet marketer before this. It's because you have no boss. It means that you also have all the responsibility, but at the same time as well, there's also no one to tell you to go home and stop working. Blue Star save. It's Newcastle Blue Star. I think I've distracted my way out of a panic attack. Oh, that's very, very nice of you. But as in right now, because hopefully you're okay, mate. I know how that feels. I haven't had many panic attacks in my life, but I know that it literally, you sit there and you just feel like you're gonna die. Honestly, it's horrible. I remember back in 2015 I had a panic attack, and it was just like I felt like my body was shutting down. It was incredible. First ever, technically, I was working in a shop. Pog will tell me to stop working. Yeah, but she's not always here to do so. That's the thing. Plans on Twitch. It's Building a Nation MTK Budapest. He'd rim people for money. That too as well. You know me. You know me well. Jizzy's on the ball. Ah. So forget about it. No, I mean seriously. Anything that's aids you as a distraction is awesome. So I'm glad to have been that distraction for you, my friend. Oh, good stuff again. More stuff will guarantee more. That's the thing. It's all about. So with Twitch and YouTube, you have to think, is this worth my time? Because time is actually the commodity that is most valuable to you when you're doing this as a job. You have to go, if I put X amount of hours into this or into Y, is that going to be worth my time based on the financial growth or whatever, right? Twitch streams, that's why I only stream for 4 hours 3 times a week. Any more than my energy drops. If I go past 4 hours, I find that my energy drops off massively, and I'm just not able to be the same person, and that's tough. With YouTube, again, it's like I'm trying to prioritize. Oh, my shit. Fucking hell. El Gordo with the 10 gifted subs. Fucking hell. Gordo, thank you. And I hope you become an Australian. What a strange sentence. But I do. It's got some presents on the screen as well. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. I always want to prioritize quality over quantity, and that's especially why I cut down the number of YouTube videos I did this year, because I wanted to make them better. I wanted to have more people watch less videos, if that makes sense. Online male entertainer. Technically, on my tax forms, I'm literally down as YouTuber / Twitch streamer. Hectani, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, I've got to start loosening this. Actually, no, I can't loosen the tie. Not yet. Oh, agreed. I think in terms of, I think they're the best that they've ever been. Now, that's based on pure production and quality. I don't know about the actual videos as a product, but like I think they're the best quality in terms of that sort of stuff that they've ever been, and that's what's allowed me to do so. And small business, I do self-assessment, so I'm just like, I don't have like a business per se. I did think about it, but it's actually better at the moment anyway for me to just be as self-employed. Peri peri chicken or chicken escalope? For me, I'd go the peri peri. I do like a bit of peri peri chicken. Does the YouTube community grow in FM? Oh, for sure. Like, I was talking about this the other day. I think you've not even seen close to the ceiling of the FM community. When you look at the number of concurrent players that FM has on Steam virtually the entire year, and more of those people are going to start watching content, it feels like that's growing dramatically. I think that genuinely within the next 3 or 4 seasons of FM, you're going to have people like Zealand, for example, hitting like 500,000 subs easy and not slowing down at that point. I think you're going to get to a point where you've got like 10-15 channels that are over 100k subscribers, like your silver play button channels. And in the past, if you had one, that was like fucking hell, fair play. And I would very much like to be one of those 100k channels personally, and I'm trying to do everything I can next year especially to make that happen. But I also feel like with the slight change in YouTube content, it's now moved into sort of more evergreen sort of one-off stuff, and I think it actually makes it much easier to do collaborative stuff and grow as a group, because you can share ideas and you not feel like you're just sort of competing with each other, because you're kind of not. You're almost building your own thing together, and for me, that's what makes it so much more exciting about what's going on. It's, yeah. Oh, I can easily see Z sitting 4K on Twitch, as you say, yeah. One sec, my camera's frozen. And that's exciting, because what that also means to me, and I think this is important, right? While I sort my camera out, is that the market isn't full for new creators either. Ever do a network save? It depends. Depends on who I was doing it with, really. It has a strangely... It does. For the game of its size, it has a very small scene, and I think it's been growing massively. The production value's improved. Yeah. There's a lot more collaborative stuff. I feel like the one-off style of content people make is definitely better. Oh, you met Z at TwitchCon? Mumbot's lovely. She's great. When I did the podcast with Z a few months ago, Mumbot messaged me because Z and I were talking about this river. I think it was the Colorado River or something. And she messaged me being like, so you were both wrong. This is what it actually was. I just didn't want both of you to look like fools. What a ledge. Mumbot's great. Real life videos and topics you like. It depends what you mean by that. If you had, give me an example. I'm curious. It's a tactical financial side of football. I think with the rise of channels like TIFO as well, that's definitely helped. Shout, yeah, good point actually. That's definitely increased that sort of stuff too. I think it's just there's way more interest in like collaboration and stuff. Like I mentioned this before that I have a little, very small, like a little group chat with a couple of content creators that are around the same sort of size as me, especially on YouTube, just to like share ideas and tips that we just to help each other get bigger. And that for me is fucking sick because I've learned things already, and that's hopefully going to make us all better and then make content that's better. But what I mean by that as well is that I think there's definitely room for more people to start completely from scratch as well. I don't think the market is full by any means. I think there's plenty of room for new channels to come along as well. That's really cool to me because that means more people get to see it, you know? Luor, thank you for the follow. Training for a marathon. I'm not training for a marathon. I'm training for a 10K at the moment. I wouldn't mind doing a video maybe at some point if I was to actually go and do a marathon or like an ultra or something. I could maybe do a video about how I trained for that potentially, but then I'd also have to think about that at the start really, I guess. What podcast was this? It was Zealand's podcast. If you're talking about the thing with the river, it was the Zealand podcast. He had me on back in maybe March kind of time. I think we were on. Yeah, Crew, exactly. Crew has a very unique style of content, and it works because it's just offering something a little bit different. But that's what I'm trying to offer as well with the Let's Play stuff, and that's what I'm hoping the documentary style thing we're going to do with Blue Star will hopefully provide something different as well. For HITC, I love HITC 7s as well. Really, really good content. Not everything's perfect, but he does some really cool videos. Really like. An official hair transplant partner. Oh, yeah. Who is it? Come on, I need to know. Big vlog channel. We were actually talking about this the other day, Cardigan, about how I would like to see a vlog channel, but like where the vlogger isn't some squeaky clean, inspirational merchant. You know what I mean? I would find that much more interesting. Stanners, thank you for the follow. I've never felt more in the FM community than I have once I started streaming, and then with Showdown on top of that as well. I always felt like a bit of an outsider before, but then streaming has really allowed me to come out of my shell a little bit. That and going to events as well, like going to capture events in the past and stuff like that, and meeting the other content creators. That's always a really nice thing because it's basically just a piss up. But it's important, I feel like, just to see those people, you know? Sooner. Spiffing Brit, yeah, I did. I watched Spiffing Brit's great. Oh shit, go on. I want that clean sheet for the lads. They deserve it. Is Streamer Showdown? Yeah. It's been a while, admittedly. I wasn't in one. I was in 2 this year. Oh, Bilby is in. Could he kill it off now? Go on, Daniel. Okay, that's unnecessary. That's very unnecessary. Due to be an X-Files. Unless you want to come to Discover Dogstein, you can bring Daisy. When did Zealand become big? Zealand was doing stuff for a while, but once the pandemic started, I think, and just before that as well, Zealand was just doing the right things at the right time, and he's a very, very smart man, and deserves all the success. And he's a good dude. And he continues to innovate as well. You've already discovered Daisy. Fidel Madrid with a header over the bar. Now I'm a mod living the dream indeed. One day, Vice, I hope to be a mod in your streams when you start streaming again. And we get to celebrate like crazy in 2 minutes. So I guess the best thing I would say to you, chat, is get those treaty badges prepared in that chat box, because in less than 60 seconds, we're going to be champions of Europe for the second time, and the Axua is going to have put in one of the games of his life. Actually, like, it's, I think, dead even, honestly, but we've taken our chances. That's the key difference for us today, is we've taken our chance. Oh, go on, one more. Bogdanov. Oh, Oh, Bilbia, no. Such a... Oh, hang on. Nyakshu. Oh, if he scores or does something towards the end here, so close to something fantastic. And I think now with 10 seconds to go, we're getting ready for a cheeky second Champions League win of the save. That's going to go out of play, I think. It doesn't matter because the keeper's got it at his feet. It's going to be Benfica 0, Treaty United 2. Take that one. We've finally done it again. Last 4 years, final 1. Semi-final, heartbreak. Semi-final, heartbreak. Final 1. And there we are. I don't know who's going to lift the trophy, you know, because Turbovic is the captain and he's out injured. So I actually don't know who is lifting this trophy. Can anyone tell? It's a tall guy. Oh, no, it's not a tall guy. Is that Thijs Freeze? I think it's Thijs Freeze. Oh, I think that's Thijs Freeze. I'm fairly certain that's that ginger, not the ginger, the blonde hair on Thijs Freeze has to be him. And if anyone deserves it, it's him. His name is Bilbia. He's Serbian. Oh, lovely stuff. And a Harold will definitely be needed. A little hat, little cartwheel there. Wow, it's usually the keeper. Gorgeous scenes. I loved... Never responds to the first click, does it? There we go. So let's just have a little look here. Bilbia with a great performance. Threes with a 7.2. Great stuff. The defenders, just solid as a rock. Lukacic got his rating right back at the end. Nyakshu with an 8.7. He was the man of the match by miles. What a guy. It means Bible. Does it really? That's incredible. I didn't know that. I'm surprised no one's mentioned that to me before. Oh, player values. Watch them not increase at all. Watch them not increase. Right, let's get a Harold Bishop's Guan in here. Anything fun here? Longford lose again. Waterford also lose. That's fine. Right. Oh, my lord. Okay, I'll do the Harold Bishops in a second. Toady, holy fucking hell. Thank you for the 10 gifted. That's insanely nice of you, my friend. Thank you so much. How are you, my friend? Easy dodge. Wow. Just, I suppose, yeah. Holy shit. Thank you very much, guys. That's so kind of you. Right, in that case, let's grab ourselves a cheeky little Harold Bishop Ultras. You know what to do. Get them. Now, particularly as a lot of you have just been gifted subs, so you've got those Harold Bishops now. I want to see all the bishops. I want it to look like a Catholic Church convention up in his house, but with less. I won't say that. We move. A 5, a 4, a 3, a 2,
this isn't where
a
I
1,
parked my
and
car.
Mutimus and Cattle. Thank you for the follows. Harold!
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
It's true. Do we just throw an ED7 in for absolutely no reason at this point? I almost feel like it's just a celebration of so many things right now that it would be almost rude not to throw an ED7 in. So at this point, we pivot, we take our Harolds, we put them to the side, and then we go for our ED7s. Why the fuck not? In fact, I'm going to get him up on the screen right now, just because this man... Hey, the player that Emmett brought through came on as a substitute in that final, and I think for that he should be rewarded. He did give us Jizzy, and for that, we give him our Jizzy, and we go. Oh, dearie me. And we move.
Do you know who's the train? Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Oh. I was not expecting that to stop the song. Well, that's not fun, is it? Oh, we're back again! Apparently that just... I guess this is us now. We're trapped in the... What the fuck is going on? No, I want to complete this properly, damn it. There we go. That's better. And bounce. Technical masterclass as always. This is why you don't have... Yeah, that's why. Ah, that's better. Lovely. That's more like it. Ponzi and... Oh, my lordy. Okay. Okas Buenas Skimson. Thank you very much for the follow. Do a press conference scene now. Fuck it. Why not? Sit with me if you will. Just chilling. I can take this fucking tie off now, can't I? Oh. Lovely scenes. Just going to chill on this press conference scene that we've used the grand total of about 6 times in the entire save. But here we are. Seen the flow charts? Damn it. It will, but not for me. Probably. But also, coming back to the topic earlier of like, look, I am an extremely non-hirsute man. Like, can you give us a song? Would you? No. Mr. Manager. Oh, I'm very proud of Jizzy. He did a great job. Came on. Ignore the giant bottle. Where's my champagne? The big question's being asked here. Oh god, what other buttons have I got? I'm just pressing all the buttons now at this point. Celebrate meal deal. Oh, speaking of meal deals, actually, I want Champions League related puns if you can, and I'm gonna go have a pee and grab myself a sausage roll. I'll be back in a second, and then we can hopefully play through some stuff and try to see if we get like another bump in something. That'd be kind of sick to actually find out today, because I'm gonna make sure we do that today. So back in a second, friendos. You know what to do. It's sausage roll time. A man returns victorious, carrying the one and only. The one and only. Ah. Stole Steve Bruce and well... No. It's one of my own. One of the cheekiest. Tesco's meal deal sausage rolls. These are just delectable. You tore your... Wait, hang on. Hopefully you didn't actually tear your... Like, UCL? Is there a UCL? ACL. There's an MCL. Oh, I don't know. This is... I was about to sound really insensitive, and I'm afraid if I speak, I will be in trouble. Oh, these are good. You got to celebrate. In the elbow. Oh, is it like the ulnar? Yeah, I know there's an MCL, which is... ulnar collateral ligament. Right. It could still... I know it's a pun, but I wasn't sure if there was actually a UCL. I know there's an anterior cruciate ligament, posterior cruciate ligament, medial cruciate... There's a... Yeah. I know stuff. I have legs. UCL's in Europe. Someone kill him. How dare you? Operation Matt has fallen. Go away and come back. What? What am I going to do? The ulterior. Yeah, it's got motives. Motives that you don't want. UEFA no Koku. It is in our trophy cabinet. True. We should have a... What? Or not, apparently. Trophy's not been delivered yet, chat. Our value did go up, though. That's interesting. Our value just went up £200 million. Okay, curious now. Who? Oh. Shit. Well, that's an F for St. Pat's. Thank you, Podge. Yep. 17 million. Then we have to pay them basically the same amount. So that's our title. Right, okay, let's see if the player values have changed. They don't normally change immediately, even when they do. They've gone up a tiny bit. Neslo was definitely not 73 million, but it's still nowhere near where it should be. Oh, the channel point payout. Yes, of course, we do that now. I think most of you are pretty correct on that one anyway. Choose outcome reward. It was... Choose outcome, Treaty United, complete prediction. Boom. There you go. Enjoy your points. That's a very, very slight bump. We should get another one soon, I think. In the bank, 177 million, obviously still failing FFP, obviously. This layout, do you mean the skin, Shenman? Fuck, Mary killed Freeze, Doran, and Mihov. Oh. You marry Emmett because he's going to bring you through excellent quality children. You fuck Freeze because he's a sexy man, and you kill Mihov because he wasn't here long enough, innit? False 9 FM1. There you go. I thought about that. I love how they're still going to bid less. I've still skin. Yeah. If you do exclamation mark skin, you'll get sort of a version of this. The one I'm using technically at the moment is a custom version that Saz made for me. That's very good. Oh, yeah. So we should be able to get to that today because we could just... Oh, there we go. 25 million for the coefficient pool because we're the second highest ranking side in coefficients in Europe. Say that, Bill. So there's all of our money gone. We gained 2 million out of that because I had to pay the players 23 million. Honestly, no half. Not really. Big fan of the player, Scott Chegg, though. You get stuck in every game. Technically, we're still in season 29 because our seasons run like parallel to the Champions League stuff. Friendly mode. 2 teams and play a one-off game. We create new tactics and try and almost like exhibition mode in FIFA sort of stuff. I don't see why not. I feel like sometimes it's more of an incentive though, isn't it? The easiest progression. Yes, we can. Why the hell? Let's have a look at the general, the leader, the legend. He's going to be quite low down here, isn't he? Because he's overall attribute progress. All time though. Wow. He's actually lost quite a lot of stuff, but that's just because of his age. What is this one that's gone down a lot? Oh, his dribbling. Why has his dribbling got so much worse? Composure's up, though. It looks kind of bad, doesn't it? It does seem like it, yeah. That and his jumping reach is now 2. Oh well, he's still fine. We've got players that look better than that. Let me just introduce you to Stefan Valev. That's more like it. That's what you want to see. The up 7 in finishing is insane. It's not quite Eric Sandberg numbers, but it's close. That composure. Ah, nice one, Neutral Normie. That's incredible. Congratulations, my friend. Yeah, let's also not forget that with Stefan Valev, by the way. He's so fantastic, but let's also not forget that he cost us £45,000. 45 grand. Man is an absolute machine. So tackling just does not improve. It's why when you're scouting defenders, you want ones with good tackling to start with. It just will not go up for the most part. Oh, we had a player on our last save that actually gained 10 finishing. Like, he gained a plus 10 over his career in finishing. The Bulgarian, innit? A bit like Mpog Podinova as well. He's going to be a cracking one. Look at this. He's averaged an 8 in the league for each of the last, 7 seasons? That's insane. That 42 goal year was just incredible. What a guy. Could have got it for 40. You're probably right on that one, honestly. You're probably right on that one. I should turn off. We've got some stuff to turn back on here, actually. Yeah. I realize I pause a lot of stuff during those. There we go. Get that stuff set up again. There we go. Nice. Right, cool. So bonuses are paid out. Oh, God, there's loads more bonuses. Booty Exu. Oh, yes, he is. Our club coefficient. Right, let's just set the proper coefficients first. In fact, no, we'll do the club ones. So, well, actually, as of next year, number 1. We are the best side in Europe. Comfortably, as well. Chelsea are losing a 35-point season. So just to clarify, this is a semi-final of the Champions League. This is us winning it. This is a semi-final, winning it. So we have been very much deserving of that. So we're now the best seed in Europe. What about 10 years? Yeah, we're not quite there on the 10-year one yet. Because we've had... That was our previous Champions League win there, I think. The 29-point season. With 1 million in sponsorship. Yeah, there you go. Literally, the best side in Europe. But with, yeah. Yeah, Sandy was a striker with 8 finishing. We played him in defense. He played as a midfielder, as a deep line playmaker for us because he had really good passing. And slowly but surely, he got better and better finishing and moved further and further up the team again as he became older. But what about the overall coefficient? 15.1. So it's actually the second best season we've ever had, but it's still not near as good as the 17.9. And of course, still puts us nowhere near Italy, who it does appear have actually fallen slightly short of overtaking Germany, but only just. Does that mean the Italian sides lost their finals? Liverpool? Ah, Napoli won the Conference League, but at least it could have been worse, but it was still pretty good. Still an insane season for Napoli. One of the best seasons any club's ever had. Eventually a club captain. Which guy? He actually went from striker to DLP back to striker over the course of his career. Because when he generated, he was originally a just pure striker. Club reputation, well, I mean, it's worldwide. It was already worldwide, so that you won't be able to see any changes to that. Because you only really can see the stars, and that's all, unfortunately. Oh, sorry, unnamed. My bad. Right, yeah, so we just back to that again. Now we can start, because I'm hoping that we'll get the switchover point and we can maybe see if there are any big changes this time around. So I want to put international break in there for us there. Michael Carrick. I sounded like Richard Keys again. Michael Carrick. Michele Carrick. Yeah, our club value definitely went up as a result of winning the Champions League. Should the Hall of Fame. We should be getting closer to being top of that now, right? Let's see. Hall of Fame. Nah, still nowhere near it. Actually, it's not that we're not near it. We're getting there. We're getting close to the levels of Erik ten Hag with our 25... Look at that. 25 domestic cups. No, 40 domestic cups. 25 domestic trophies. 30 other trophies. Nah. Oh, screen grab. Oh, that one. First. Oh, damn. He's a bit good, and yet I'd still rather have... Gustav Youngdeen from Nomads. There's something about that guy that's just one of the best youth players I've ever seen. Like, insane. Yeah, probably aren't going to get this. Look at some of the people at the top. Like, Julian Stefan, for example, with his 7,000 points. Which admittedly is 4 Champions League wins. So there's that. The list of club reputation. That doesn't update like that, though, does it? As far as I'm aware. I think that updates... oh, actually, it might do. We're now... Right, so this should tell you everything. We now have a higher reputation than Barcelona and Bayern Munich. And possibly even some of these other guys here, too, I think. Still, can't wait for the next transfer window where we get players from the Namibian 5th division saying the league will still be 7th because that doesn't update instantly. That takes till the update fresh point. So that will stay until the crossover point. That's all done on the same day. But we'll probably get there today if we just keep simming. Christensen, once again, I think that's the 3rd year in a row that Christensen has been the top scorer in the Champions League. And that was without him playing in the final. Incredible. And we did that without 3 of our best players. Oh, it'll blatantly stay 7th. Again, I wouldn't be surprised in any way. But I wonder... Actually, that's a good point. Did Sligo get a rep bump? It's a shame this isn't numbered. Sligo Rovers still have a lower rep than Red Star Belgrade and Olympiacos and Hanover. These guys were in the Champions League semi-finals this year. Where's Dundalk? Or Dundalk further up? Nope. Where the hell are Dundalk? Oh, they're literally... Wait, there's Shamrock Rovers. Or maybe they are further up. It's because it's IRL rather than Ireland. So they might be further up, actually, now I think about it. They're really not, though, are they? They're really not. Are Dundalk way further up? If I just scroll past them. Oh, they're there! Wait, that's us. That's us. Have I just missed them? There's Sligo. There's Shamrock Rovers. So where is Dundalk? There. You know, the team that have done the most of any Irish side in Europe, other than Sligo this season. How the fuck are Dundalk ranked lower than Sligo and Shamrock Rovers? Dundalk have been at the Champions League knockouts 4 times and have been at the quarterfinals. So this is the first ever season that Sligo have got out of the groups. Lower than a French 2nd tier side. Yep, there you go. That makes sense, FM. Below Burnley, below Strasbourg, who aren't even in the top flight. Below Cluj. Shamrock did win the EC. Yeah, they did, actually. That's insane. Bear in mind, if you look at like coefficients, for example, there's Dundalk, 21st best team in Europe coefficient-wise. Oh, that's the 10-year one. Let me look at the 5-year one. 19th best team in Europe. 19th. Sligo, 28th. Obviously, it's a 5-year period, but... Well, actually, wait. They might even grow a bit more. Yeah, they're going to go up this year still. They're going to go above Porto in the coefficient chart for this year, which is insane. And I assume Sligo are in here somewhere. Shamrock are down 32nd. Sligo there in 28th. They're going to grow loads. Sligo are going up by massive amounts. Sligo are going to be like 20th. Sligo might be pot 3 again this year. Or like much more comfortably pot 3. No, of course not, Nikolai. That sort of stuff is kind of weird, isn't it? Just, it's so all over the place. Gonna divide chat. What are we going for? Okay. Chicken and smoked bacon. Totally cool with that. Sausage roll. Needed. Not a huge fan of Monster Munch, but... And I wouldn't drink that just because caffeine, but... I'm a big fan of this side of things, definitely. Dundalk with pot 2. I don't know if they will be. It'll depend heavily on who is actually qualified, really. We could get lucky and they might get pot 2, but I think it's unlikely. Although Sligo keep going the way they are, they could be pot 2 very soon. Honestly. Right, if we press on, we should be able to find out. We'll get to the point of the switchover really, really quickly. Because there's not a lot of matches in this part of the year. We've got 23 days till the next game at all. So that's going to be good. Wait, am I not allowed to put friendlies in? Oh, is that the international break because of the not international tournament? In that case, I'll just put one random friendly against Shannon. Oil up, love. It's coming. Right, we'll get one friendly against Shannon sorted. And that'll do. Bilby on the move. Is he, though? I mean, he has just scored a goal in the Champions League final. Admittedly, doesn't get any bump from that. I've never had Mango Loco. Yeah, Swanetsky, clean sheet. That's now, by the way, Swanetsky has now kept 2 clean sheets in Champions League finals. So, actually, he's never conceded a goal in a major final. We did, Jewel. We did. 2-0 in the end. That's all same sort of stuff. Complaining. Oh, now we're passing FFP. Even though we weren't, like, 10 minutes ago. What's happened now? Oh, we're passing it by 146k on the projections. That's just going to fluctuate all day. Any madness going on here? Scholl's continuing to be just... I mean, this guy is a god. He's an actual god. 57 million quid he's worth. But then if I go to Rigel, £3 million. Why? Incredible. That one just makes 0 sense to me. Maze is really smashing it now. I bet he hasn't. I bet he was on international duty that. Oh, Swanetsky, I mean, he's performed better, I would say. Rick Rolls is injured. Oh no, whatever will we do? Yeah, I believe it's the end of June when there's the flip over point. Can't remember the exact date.
Do you know if there's
we'll
a
figure it
train
out.
coming in?
Aye, true.
Oh, yes,
thank you for the follow.
soon. They are building it now.
Matches C+. How do they rate us winning the Champions League final? A minus. Won the... That face when your board thinks that a 5-0 victory against Longford Town is a better result than beating Benfica in the Champions League final. Oh yeah, I mean, what would you rather watch? Us beat Longford 5-0 in the league or winning a Champions League? Us winning 4-2 against PSG though. A+, mate. Insane. Yeah, winning 6-0 against Sligo in the league when they had no players. There's a cheeky little F here for the Derry game. These reports are so stupid and broken. As always. MTK are a second tier side as far as I'm aware. Longford is the 3rd best team in the world. That is a good point. They are extremely good. Scored less, I suppose, but like surely it should matter what competition it's in. That's what I always find dumb about that. It's like you could win a non-league cup game against a bunch of actual farmers, like 10-0, and the board are like, oh, bravo. Then you go and win the Champions League 1-0, and they're like, don't know if you rate that so much. 16 players called up for the year. Oh, this is what it is then. I'm not going to get all the reports on them. God, no. Well, bigger number, better person. That's the rules, isn't it? Ooh, wow, there's actually some guys still in this list. Oh, this is all the dross from the next gen list. Wow, one of them was actually... This guy was in the next gen list. He was rated as an F when we scouted him. That's saying something. Talal, I thought his name was Talal Al-Rubzi. I wish it was. More is better no matter the quality. This is very true. I'm going to start uploading 17 videos a day. Okay, we can get rid of quite a few of these guys. Oh, what about the Thai guy, though? Actually, you know what? Just to be safe, I'll let him get a bit more scout reports. As if we need to at this point. I'm also honestly tempted at some point, just because that way we could speed things up. Did that say World Club Cup? I swear I saw the words World Club Cup in there. Chat? Oh, so we're playing the World Club Cup today. Today. I didn't realise that was today. There we go. Actual competitive football for us to do. Well, that's a nice surprise. Does Sligo qualify for that? We've not actually managed to do one of these on stream before, I don't think. Or have we? Because I don't think we've actually competed in one. Yeah, watch us get boring European sides in the groups. Right, what is it? World Club Cup. So we've got... Who have we got in it? We've got... River Plate and Boca, Flamengo, Atletico Mineiro, Palmeiras, and then Internacional, Al Ahly, Man United and Chelsea, PSG, Bayern Munich, Hearts of Oak, bit of Pumas, Deportivo Toluca, Benfica, of course, Al Ahly, Ittihad, Solomon Warriors. Oh, mate, if we get Solomon Warriors, my break... We won't, because they won't even qualify for it, but we could end up going against La Galaxy. I hate the fact that it's Solomon Warriors versus fucking Villarreal. What? How unfair is that as a preliminary round game, by the way? Yeah, last time it was Flamengo and Liverpool. Because wasn't the the Liverpool game the first time we'd ever played against them? Release pussy flavoured chips. Thoughts? I have no thoughts, really. That sounds disgusting. Whose is it? That's the question. How the hell did Villarreal get in there? And why were they in the preliminary round? Did they win a Conference League in there somewhere? Mine, fair one. Now I'm interested. Why is quote 69 nice? You know why. Sal's the new contract. Boom. Sowie is tied down now. We're not going to lose him for free. That's the main thing. Plus, I think it must be because of already qualification, right? How the hell did... It's a shame it doesn't tell you how they qualified. Oh, are they hosting it? Ah. That's a shit one, isn't it? Can't we host it in, like, Tuvalu or something, just to make it easier for them? Just think of the fixture congestion, by the way, that we're going to have this time around as well. Because of, well, you know what. Okay, when is this? Because you get the registration's really early, isn't it? When is it again? When's that first game? 14th of June. Okay. Scapula. Oh, yeah, those are the days. Oh, Becky's hurt himself. Oh, shit. Dislocated shoulder. Well, that'll stop him getting sold, isn't it? I actually have no idea, Marco. I know really nothing about the new Club World Cup rules, honestly. Identify Shielder as a target. Well, he's decent, but our keeper just kept a clean sheet in the Champions League final. I don't think we need him. Oh, yeah. Sebastian Hansen-Paulsen will get to play in it. Wanky bedtimes developing concerns? No! Whatever could I do to make your day a little bit better, old Wanky? Discuss issue with Wanky bedtime. Heard you wanted to talk. Let's go. All right. Thought I was promised. Mate, you're a backup. Your name's Wanky Bedtime. I signed you for a reason. But sure. You want to go loan? We'll loan someone else's bedtime. Bedtime is having a bad time, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll turn off the available thing for the registration. What are the registration? Wow, okay. Seems like everybody wants a bit of wanky, including your foot. Chat, your foot wants a wanky. This is a not an area I thought we'd be going into today, honestly. Yeah, there needs to be you are here for the memes. Yeah, Turbo Civic is not a good crowbar at all. Who? Oh, it's Algerian Man. Wait, hang on. Oh, removed from shortlist. Should we try again? Okay, intriguing. You've got my intrigue. 55 grand. Let's see if... This guy said no to us before, remember? And this was the other guy that said no. Curious. City won Holvoot for 31 million. That's going to be a no. Jesus Christ. Wow, he's incredibly interested in the guy. Interesting. Bear in mind, he wouldn't even discuss terms with us before. And now he's Also, this is... Oh, okay, it's still broken then. It's still broken. Don't worry, chat. It's still broken. We've just won a Champions League, right? This chappie here, 18-year-old, plays for an Algerian side, wants to be a star player in a team that has just won the Champions League on 19 grand a week. So it's still completely broken. Where in the world would that be realistic, that a player that's 18 years old, that's not even that good, well, he's good, but he's not that good, would somehow expect to be a star player in a team that's in the Champions League final? I just want to see how much he wants. Look at that. Star player. How about squad player? Of course, I am going to do it now to spite him and then fuck him on the back. 16 grand a week. Incredible. But, you know what? Fuck him. He's going to be a breakthrough prospect when he joins us, so get used to that. Nah, not rejection. You're coming in now. You want to be here so much. In you come. We did indeed love beer. Yes. Won it by 2-0. Those guys are fully scouted now. Clearly not good enough. I love beer. Thank you for the follow. You as well. In fact, let me just sort by knowledge level so we can get rid of a few of these guys. Yeah, you're £63 million. You're 90. You're Nobiara Ujo. I don't think we need you anymore, my friend. Don't know why you're even there. That was the backup goalkeeper. Oh, no, we were kind of interested in him, weren't we? Billy Hall. £31 million. Not happening. Okay, we'll send the rest of these guys around again. Eventually, it will narrow it down. We'll get another scout report done soon. At least Nobby's succeeding. He didn't do very well at Man United, unfortunately. They actually sold him for less money like 2 years later. Yeah, there needs to be a meme option. Little 11-0 against Shannon. That's fine. Got to slap her about. The streets never forget. There should be a special option for a streamer mode where I can just add memes out of position. I don't believe it. I'm never ever once believing that a player's being played out of position after that guy complained about being played out of position. So he was more interested in us than PSG, wasn't he? Watch him still sign for PSG. That's still going to happen, of course. Hey, Dan. How are you, my friend? So that's registration. There's the World Club group stage. Right. There's not actually any rules, are there? Just, yeah, okay. So let me just turn that off. And then we can see who he wants to select. Manea's injured, that's fine. Yedvai's leaving, that's fine. Fidel Madrid, I guess, screw him. Right, no, fuck it, we'll put Fidel Madrid instead. Forsgren, do we need another goalkeeper? Like, that's 2 keepers. Why would we need 2 when we can have more? Who else do I want to put in? Let's bring Wanky Bedtime with us, chat. Now, I'll bring... Fuck, I'll bring Cedeno. Might as well. There we go. Leave all those guys out. Oh, yeah, he'll go to PSG on less money on a lower squad status. I'm kind of curious if he does now. That would be the ultimate proof that it is completely broken. I'm good, Dan. He'll sign for PSG on a breakthrough prospect. That was a different Christensen, I think. That was Thomas Christensen that played in that game, I think. Oh, I should have put Jizzy in, you're right. Wait, who? I think that's maybe looked at a few years ago. We've signed so many people called Carlos Vinicius. There you go. Man has just had a man of the match performance in a Champions League final. And City are like, yeah, but how about 45 million? PSG, 19 million. Mental. There's so many Vinicius. Lose track of them all. I really want him to sign for PSG now. Just, what? Hang on. Give him more playing time. Just to clarify, another hilariousness of FM right now. These two here want Radojic to play more. One of whom is the very man who would be dropped in order for him to play more. Oh, for crying out loud. I thought they'd got rid of that, but no, that's the first time I think I've actually seen that one this year. So obviously not. Let down. You risk losing them altogether. Mate, you would be the one that got dropped, and you're on a star player contract, and you would complain if I dropped you. This is absurd. If he didn't play, because he's on a star player contract, he would then complain and say he wants to leave if I didn't play him. It's utterly stupid that you can have a player who plays in the same position complaining that they're not getting enough football. It's like your starting goalkeeper complaining that you're not starting your backup enough. Surely there's a simple way to just ban that. If player plays in the same position, don't put in this thing. Like, real simple, surely, to just not have that slip through. Radojic has played on the right, but he doesn't really. He's a left wing back. Yelich has got... Oh, wait, why has he gone? Oh, is he the guy we approached before? Would he talk to us now, do you reckon? Renato Yelich wouldn't be interested in joining Treaty United under any circumstances. Player from Wolfsburg won't talk to us. Good. Sensible. Makes perfect sense. We didn't just win the Champions League or anything, in fairness. Here we go, chat. Predictions. How many goals do Villarreal score against Solomon Warriors? We're becoming a loner. What good does that do? It's treating Treaty like we're a non-league side. Like that. Have you not noticed that? It treats us like we're still an Irish side that has no rep. That's how they act like you. I reckon it's going to be 6-1. Sorry, Villarreal, are you alright? What the fuck? That's pretty good, to be honest. 3-0? Oh. It's like they just kind of started off alright and then just gave up. Solomon Warriors did have a shot. They had 23% position. Come on. Ian Jr.? Ian Senior would be so damn proud. They had grayed out players in their team for the most part. Because there's so many juniors in this team. There we go. I think that's basically a win. Watch us now draw Villarreal in our group. She's their goalkeeper. Oh, yes, we... I don't know, can we? We'll have a look. I actually don't know if we can or not, because he might be grayed out. Oh, no. Here he is. Jack Omokirio, who is not even an international. Like, come on. Useless. Let's just get a team report on them. Very important. Send out whoever that was for a nice little holiday in the Solomon Islands. We're going to avenge them. If we get them in the group, Villarreal are getting... Okay. Sorry, I went all Lil Wayne there. Okay. That's intriguing. That's quite a fun group, actually. So we get ES Tunis, a team full of players that still probably won't sign for us. Do you remember the account that followed you last week called Joao Deep Is Your Love? I do indeed. Second out, I mean, he needs it. Joao Polina needs every bit of love he can get. What a man. Get the Andaman Islands. Get them all in there. Get the, what's it, the Sentinel Islands. The ones with the, where they've not really been exposed to outsiders. YouTube save next year. Yes, that's Blue Castle New Star. Newcastle Blue Star. So we get, yeah, ES Tunis and int. Always good. At least we know that when they score, they'll be doing it through an integer. So that's good. Lots of games rearranged as per. And now we're going on a holiday to Spain. Yeah, you're thinking of Rafael... Oh, what's his name? I can't remember the guy's name, but he's not actually in this version of the save because he was added too late after the data lock or something. That's it, Liai. Yeah. They do, but he's not in my save. So they get... Right. Hello. There you go. Bollocks. What a load of horse shit. 2 Champions League wins in the last 4 years. 2 semi-final appearances, and we're still lower than Scotland. What a load of dog shit. That is so stupid. We've been stuck in the 7th... Sligo were in the semi-finals of the Champions League this year, and it's like, yeah, I just don't think that's good enough. I just don't think you deserve any bump up from that. Mental. Yes, Notorious Swank, yeah. I can't believe that. I genuinely thought that this year there's no way that they're going to let that happen. Move up to first place in the European coefficient chart, though. You know. Good Christ. Where are everyone sitting now this year, then? So, look. Dundalk, 18th best side in Europe. Sligo, 20th best side in Europe. But yeah, we're definitely the 6th best league. Because, you know, Scotland have Dundee there, Rangers there, and Hibs there. Like, who else is above us? Portugal? Benfica. Porto there, and then who else? Well, where's Sporting? 33rd. Turns out first place on the reputation chart might be the real challenge. Ireland, of course, we lose the Champions League spot as well. So, only 2 teams? Wait, what? That's so weird. I went on this screen earlier, and for some reason, this had changed, and it was saying 3 there, and I got really confused about that. But now it's back to saying what it should say. So that's now, yeah, that's happening. That could be good for the coefficients, agreed. Looks like we are going to be getting the Yahi guy. Right, Solomon Warriors. I love that we have their stadium in the game. Ah, yes. Oh, by the way, I added scout recommendation ratings to this page too. Just as I thought it would be quite a nice thing to just be able to look at a glance on previous players you'd looked at. So I think that makes a good little addition. Homegrown rules limit the fun. The one thing I found with Sweden is I've signed a load of players before they're 18 and I've not got any due dates, and I don't know why. So it feels like there's a real big glitch in... It's probably just another glitch in one of my saves, honestly. It's good for just a quick look, I think. Oh, that's 28 million. It's a bit better, but still... Actually, no, it's not a bit better at all. It's still way under his value. So it looks like we're getting Yahi. Just to prove the game's still broken. We will be giving him... Actually, I might just give him surplus to requirements just to fuck with his head. You guys are all trash. Not trash, but just not good. And also quite expensive to be not good. That's the guy who was in the scout report, isn't he? Yeah, what about Augusto? Is he that striker? He's very Jan Vosterek again. It feels like speed. It feels like if you've got a fast striker, it doesn't matter what else is going on. Like, as a proven with Noj on the other side, where just speed does everything right. Very nice. So yeah. So is it just broken then on Sweden? Because I've been signing players that meet the requirements for homegrown, and it just doesn't give them homegrown status. Or any, and I can tell because I go to the due date thing, and they don't have a due date for their homegrown status. And yet some of them do, even though they're like older. So I don't know why. PSV goalkeeper sign for us, and maybe don't want him to, but he might do. Wanky bedtime's off. Wanky bedtime's gone. Well, on loan anyway. Ramos just scored for Portugal. Nice. I'll take that. As in the save or in real life, he's just already gone to Juve and been sacked again. Okay. So, oh yeah, I hate it. I much prefer it when you get the first and last game. So ES Tunis beat them. Holy shit. Oh my lord. Wait, what did you say before that? Hang on. Some people in the chat are not having a subtitle. Oh my lord. Thank you so much, El Gordo. That's insanely, insanely nice of you. Again, where's my hype button? Where's my presents? If you have just been thanked by... If you've just been thanked, you've been thanked by me. Salva Forte, thank you for the follow. If you've just been gifted a sub by the big man, the big legend that is El Gordo, again, then please do be thanking him. Let's have a little look at that. Where is that? Is it in news? The Man United guy. Oh, this guy. Francois Puig. Wasn't he from Lols? Yeah, he's quite good, isn't he? Flies Freezes had a testimonial. He had his testimonial 9 years ago. Dazza! Now with the 5 gifted as well. Oh, my lord. More presents, of course. Holy shit. Thank you, Daz. That's so kind. You did get a gifted sub. There you go. So bastard many. It's insane. You're too kind to me, you lot. Bloody hell. McCallion now with the 14 months as well. Thank you very much, friend. Oh, that was the one. That was the pushed it over in the hype train. Oh, dear. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, so Thighs Freeze is only 1 year off of technically maybe getting a second testimonial. Although I don't think that actually works like that. But unfortunately, he's an arsehole who decided to retire. Bastard. Champions League. Well, let's see if you can... Yeah, he won't be around to get it, though, unfortunately. Ooh, how much do we get for that? Wow, 12 grand? Yay. What is our sponsorship like this year, actually? Now I'm curious. Wait, we can see it better on this, can't we? 1.4 million a year in sponsorship. Dundalk, 245 grand. These guys have been in the Champions League quarterfinals. Sligo were in the Champions League semis last year. $500,000 a year in sponsorship. Makes perfect sense. Being average. Hey, I'll continue being average. As long as people keep tuning in, I'll continue being average. Come and staff again. You're probably right, we can, yeah. Yep, right, okay. So we've gone down the list so far, basically. So we could try... There's no way he's going to become a goalkeeping coach. That's just not going to happen. Fitness coach? Nope. All right. We move. Lockers with the 26 months.
Hello everyone, Ajika.
Ajika, of course. Thank you so much, though. That's very kind of you. Should be dropped by Denmark. How dare you drop the legend that is. Also, sorry, dropped by Denmark. I love it. He never retired internationally. Thighs Freeze, not only is he still playing for us, he's been playing for Denmark this entire time as well. I thought that he retired years ago from international football. So they're called Z-Gens Ignite. Well, they're not, but like we call them that. And basically, they are AI-generated faces that look like real people, that aren't real people, that get replaced. They replace the regen faces, and they look really good. True Films call up. Wow. I love that he's just never retired. He's just such a god. This is why he's going to be the manager of MTK Budapest. I don't care. I think I'm kind of just making an executive decision. Emmett Doran will be the head of youth development there, though, as we decided last stream. I'll have to... Since we're doing database edits, we might as well do that, too. Lovely stuff. Right. Booty building foundations. Yeah, he is. Sexy minx. Right, that's 2 matches now, because they're on a Monday and a Thursday. And then God knows what's going to happen this week. Yes. We're going to put his current head of youth development stats, because let's be honest, they're probably worse than whatever the head of youth development at MTK will be anyway. And even if they're only marginally better, I don't really care at that point, you know. You'll struggle not speaking the language? Maybe, but he'll learn it, right? Gonna play as scars and stuff. Oh, I never used that. I've never used a face pack that did that. That sounds kind of sick, actually, but... Well, Emmett. I mean, honestly, I can't even I can't even be mad at him. He brought us through Jizzy last year, but that is still a bit annoying. Record for most Danish caps, he might do. Denmark. That's if he was Czech and Danish at the same time. Yeah, that's so broken. I think you just got to look at the letters on this rather than that. Right, records. Got appearance holder. No, Christian Eriksen, 167 caps. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's not getting that. Evil Mane and Foden. Oh! Oh, yeah, he wouldn't be... Oh. Why did Evil Mane... Because Foden still has his face pack picture. So why is Evil Mane gone? And also, why was Evil Mane even a thing? I've forgotten. And was it Sadio Mane, or was it a regen that we just thought had a similar name or something? I've forgotten. We definitely have the Foden one still there. But I can't... Yeah, we got Phil Foden. But I don't know why the evil Sadio Mane one's gone. Because that makes no sense. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I did a Liverpool save on the beta, and I didn't want evil Sadio Mane showing up in every single video, and people being like, what's going on? That's probably what it was. I think I had to take it out. It has to be. Right. So the strike force will start with... Oh, Christensen's back again. Nice. Oh, it's nice to have these guys back. We've done to Phil. Made him nice and Scandi. Right, we'll just get rid of all of these guys that can't play. Shit, we didn't put Jizzy in the team. Damn it. What I love about that is when I see it randomly on other saves I'm doing, and it just pops up at the top of the screen or something. DLPs make good box-to-box. I don't know. Like, DLPs are usually any midfielder that has really good passing. The game's kind of like, hey, this is a deep line playmaker. You know, with the anime meme. But that's usually what it's like. So I don't know. I think he's still got plenty of air miles to go. That lineup will do. That's fine. Mid-season, we certainly won't end up with as much as the other teams are going to have. That's for sure. We'll be in much better shape than they will be. That is guaranteed. But yeah, they need that mobility to be a BBM. Or a Metsala, really. Or even a CMA. Truly, they want to learn to be a country music award. Right, boom. Let's do it. Full match off. Good shout. Usually it takes me about 2 or 3 minutes into the game before we realise. Ah. I mean, you'd think we should beat ES Tunis, right? Maybe? Is that Yahi guy actually coming to us again? Oh no, yeah, he's got to wait for his work permit, hasn't he? Right. So, they won their first game, we beat them here, and then it's all good, right? We're still in relatively good shape. Hopefully. We beat Benfica in the Champions League final. Barcelona are losing to Al Ain. Let's just keep an eye on that one, shall we? Barcelona continue to embarrass themselves in Europe and in the world now. Oh, thank you, the dude. That's very kind of you, my friend. Thank you to everyone that's ordered it through my link. That's extremely unnecessarily nice of you. I'll buy myself a pizza eventually. I think it was a league game, and oh my lord, you do seem to get some really weird results in this. I noticed that whenever I sim matches, that was given. Oh, it was, yeah. Whenever I do the instant result games, whenever we play against St. Pat's, we always score an insane amount of goals, like 9s and 10s against them, when I don't really know why. So there is definitely something to it, but I think it can also land you in some really weird spots where you'll have loads of games where you like have lots of shots but just don't score. But it could just be because my tactics are shit. That is definitely a factor. But that's never going to change. Oh, what a hit! My tactics will forever be janky. My tactical style is basically, we rock up at a club. What players have we got? What can they do? Good, let's build a tactic out of this. Like when a chef looks in his fridge and he's only got like random ingredients. And then I build a tactic out of that and then I just stick with it for the rest of the save. Slowly evolving it into something average. But I guess that's the problem when you do like long-term saves all the time, that you don't get that sort of... But we will get to do a bit more tactics building actually with Red Zone next year, because that's going to be part of the streams when we do that, is to actually build tactics too. And Bogdanov scores! Hard news with the 8 months. It's all popping off here. Thank you, friend. Nothing wrong with that. Oh no, absolutely not. I like moving into clubs. building the players out as they are and just kind of going with it. Like, that's why we ended up playing a right backless system for an entire save, just because I wanted to see if we could actually get away with playing a right backless system. And we, ignoring the way that save ended, for the most part, I'd say it was actually fairly successful. I believe you can get away with almost anything in FM if you get the right players and roles to make it work. I'm just not one of those people that spends too much time on the tactics stuff, honestly. It's not that interesting to me. It's more a means to an end. For me, tactics is just, right, let me sort this out so I can tell a fun story. Tactics is like one of the least interesting things for me about Football Manager, actually. But I realise also, it's also a lot of people's favourite thing as well. When you don't play, never. I don't think about tactics most of the time when we are playing. And when I'm doing tactics, I tend to not think about the tactics based on football. I think of it more in, what does this do? What does this lever do when I pull it inside the FM match engine? Okay, I want it to do that. Let's do that. Who was the right backless system with? It was with various sides. We started with a team called... fuck, who were they called? What was our Namibian team, chat? Oh, 11 Arrows. The club we rocked up at the first part of the save was a club called 11 Arrows in Namibia. And they didn't have any right backs in the entire club. Like, not one. So we were like, right, I guess we're just not using them. So we just built a system that didn't have any right backs or like wing backs at all. But you might think to yourself, okay, so you just played like a back three. No. We had a left back and then 2 centre backs, a DM, a right winger, who I gave some weird instructions to, and I had players shifting over to the side and covering the space off, and it allows us to overload and then not get caught out very often. So yeah, then we were there. Then we were at oh, there was it Tanda? There was Tanda as well we managed in the Ivory... No, not the Ivory Coast. It was the Ivory Coast, wasn't it? And then we had Senegal with Generation Foot as well. Yeah, I think that is good. There's many different ways you can play the game. I do think that the match engine does still favour a lot of very specific types of tactic, and I feel like it does sort of limit you from what you can do from time to time. I don't feel like you can make every tactic you want work, unfortunately. And that save, of course, as you know, did spawn the... well, this. Okay. Presents. That's not how you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to... Those are only for gifted subs. What are you doing? I hate when they just randomly trigger themselves like that. It's annoying. Right. There we go. That was the... you're right. It was what they did was the Namibian Illuminati gifted subs, but then they did a chargeback. That feels like something they would say. Like in his tunist. Oh no, this is the Champions League final. We've gone above and beyond Hef. Sitewall takes charge at Waterworks might be one of my favourite things ever. I was on TikTok the other night, and you get notifications when people like your videos. And someone, a particular person I've seen just liking those videos, and I just clicked on the thing once, and it was that video, and I was just like, that moment, man, so fun. Yeah, Foxy's an absolute tactical genius. Like, that man does so many cool things with tactics. A lot of what I've learned over the years from tactics has been watching Foxy, honestly. It's just not my thing. I just can't. I just don't have the big brain for that kind of stuff. Thighs freeze. And Billy Higgins is our keeper. Where is backup goalkeeper? Did I just... Where is Brent? Oh, is he on international duty? Yeah, he's probably in that stupid competition that no one cares about. Is Bibby maybe for a bit? Actually, wait, no. Turbovich needs to come off, really, doesn't he? We get the Cuban. He can hopefully send a Cuban Missile Crisis into the top corner. Right. Namibian Illuminati became a thing. Basically, loads of weird stuff was happening in the save, and we had to blame it on someone, so we just blamed it on the Namibian Illuminati. Wait, we should get a penalty. We've got to get the Hig monster in. You've got a Golden Generation. Did it actually end up being a Golden Generation, or was it an FM Golden Generation? Try to do a low block, and yeah, exactly. You kind of just have to be doing some form of Gegenpress, it feels like. Every year they say that's not how it's going to work, but it kind of is, isn't it? It always feels like, ever since the custom tactic styles were brought in. Needs to work on potential. Buying young players with high potential to build clubs is just too easy. When you say needs to work on potential, what would you have them do with that then? Because I feel like that's... I don't know what you'd be able to do about that. Because there are players with high potential in the world. That's how it works, you know? The Binner situation, indeed, yeah, was particularly bizarre. Where we got locked in a permanent state of not being able to get a job. Any surprise? Bastinet's the other one. Yep. I don't remember the tactic sliders. That's how long it's been since I've actually used that sort of stuff. So Hearts of Oak just beat Manchester United. Oh, Hearts of Oak, the best team in the world. That's incredible. Man United annoyingly still top of the group because Boca Juniors are bottom. Man United put 4 past Boca Juniors, then lost to Hearts of Oak. That's extraordinary. And brilliant at the same time. So we win 5-0. Standard. Valor does his normal things. Should be dropped by Cuba. Come on, as if Cuba are dropping this guy. Who the fuck are they going to drop him for? Are you a scout? Shit, we might have to find a new scout. God damn. Skulls can't tackle. Ooh. I don't know, actually. I don't really tend to pay attention to any of that sort of stuff. I never really look at other people's tactics at all. I just build whatever I want, and I just kind of like that. But okay, that's more like it. Still not selling him, but that's a bit better. More busts. Younger teams play worse to make it harder to play with under. I don't think they... If they made it so that under 21 teams would have played worst for no reason, then I would just find that would be complete. This is right. Okay, that's a good example actually of stuff I'm talking about. Like, I don't want difficulty settings like that because that is arbitrary nonsense. If your team is playing worse because young, that for me is just silly. Players are not like their quality of a player is not based on their age. A player's quality is based on the player's quality. So if they were to introduce something like that, that was an arbitrary like obstacle for no reason, it's stuff like that that would make me go, this is not fun. Now, do I think that perhaps older players should maybe get a little bit... But then you kind of get them with the mentals. It does feel like younger players' mentals have been better in recent games, potentially. But what I would say, yeah, that's what I mean. But it does feel like young players do come through with better mentals than they used to, but maybe they don't. Maybe it's just maybe it's entirely like apocryphal. Dundee United want Mamani. I kind of do use Mamani still occasionally, and he doesn't jiggle. I might just keep him for the moment. Chill. I know saying chill is incredibly unhelpful, but we're often inconsistent, make them lose it over time. I believe that is actually in the game already, right? I mean, obviously, I say this from a totally selfish point of view, where if they produce something like that, I would find FM would be infinitely less fun because I kind of don't like managing old players for the most part. Like, I find that, especially at the start of saves, because that means I'm managing real players. But that's entirely my own personal preference rather than anything that would actually, be affecting the game. Well, yeah, it's tough to say. I think maybe they just need to have less Wonder Kids. Like, there needs to be less of the highest end players genning. It feels like too many of them, right? That's maybe one thing around that. It just feels like too many Wonder Kids come through. Do you remember back in the day when you saw a player with a Wonder Kid designation, it was like, fuck, they're really good. Now it feels like you can have about 10 in your squad and you're an average team. Odd. I know that's just a change of semantics more than anything else, but it does feel like there's more and more Wonder Kids come through. Like, I'd much rather have it so that young players come through as worse mentals, but some of their technicals are slightly better to the point where where at least you might get some fullbacks that can cross a ball. Like, that and facing the games kind of ruin that for me as well. There's just too many of them now. And I would stand by that opinion if I ever got one myself. I would almost say, no. That's not true at all. I would absolutely say yes. I'm a man of honor, but not that much honor. Hang on. Sorry. A squad player for Neslet. Why would he... Oh, fuck off. Why is he complaining about playing time? He just played in the Champions League final. Oh, this stuff is so unbelievable. This shit right here is... This is what they actually need to be worrying about. Stuff like this. But of course he's not played. We haven't had a match in 3 weeks. And the last game he did play was the Champions League final. Incredible. Oh, it's because star player. Right, that's why. It's because star player. So if you don't start them at every single minute of every single match, no matter how many matches there are, they're going to complain and be like, shit. Yeah, that's why star player ratings, star player squad statuses are utterly broken. Got us out friendlies. No, you shouldn't have to. If I don't have a game, players shouldn't be able to complain about not playing in it. Just, oh dear. Dynamic ratings. So player at 19 may only have 2-star PA, but 20 have 5-star. But I guess at that point, it's no longer a case of potential then, is it? Because their potential is essentially... If the potential is dynamic, it sort of loses the point of it being potential, I guess. Discipline, actually. It's probably... Oh, I believe it's quite poor. Our handling team discipline is terrible. But our actual level of discipline is 18. It just doesn't work properly. Yes, she did, Spearsy, yes. We won 2-0. Offline hobbies. There's not really a lot of time for much stuff like that. I guess you can call running a hobby if you like. I'd like to read. But yeah, we won 2-0 in the final. Sal with a header of all things. And then... Why have I forgotten again? Oh yeah, Bilbius got a beauty. Perceived potential. I do think that there's things they could do to muddy the waters to make scouting a little bit more challenging. Agreed. But my problem is, if they did anything with the late bloomers and stuff like that, I feel like when any of these things were introduced, there'd be way too many of them. It's a case of tweaks, right? Any show or movie about cooking, or was it just Chef? Chef is the one. Chef is the one. One of my favourite films ever. Unironically, what a film. I need to watch that again. I haven't watched that in like a while. To my formula of current historical form, training set up at the club, potential factor which could be decided. I think that there's so many factors there that would be really hard for them to implement and would require a lot of untangling of the spaghetti code, and I just don't see that's likely to happen. I think you could also get to the point when it becomes so difficult that then it actually loses any... You sort of get to the point where people just can't be asked to do scouting anymore because it would just be so tedious. You need a nice balance. You need it to be harder than it is, but if it was as hard as that, I think people would just give up with it. Because then they wouldn't be able to go out and find fun... Right. The amount of times that I've been out there in a save and I found this amazing player and they make me want to play the save. If you had this weird level of like complete ambiguity to everything, you would then no longer feel that, I feel like. I know what you mean about that though. You'll get like a 22 and they just sort of stay the same. Reads as a scout. He won't talk to us about that anything at the moment. Unless we can talk to him again. I don't think we're ready yet. No, we can't talk to him again yet. We're just working our way down the list. PA at 22. Actually, oh, it's in the chef show. Yes. It's really good, isn't it? Keep scout reports update. Oh, yeah, you definitely don't want that on. Could choose from. I always feel like that'd be cool. I want more... Do you know what I kind of want? I just wish there was more toggles at the start of a game that was actually allowed you a little bit more control of stuff like that at the start. But I feel like that also does require a lot more back-end stuff. Actually adjusted. I just think that... I don't think the AI needs to... Because I think with difficulty levels, when it comes to AI difficulty in FM, a lot of that would then have to be like fake difficulty, where it's just arbitrary stuff, what I don't want in a game. I think it just needs to be realistic and also fun. Those are the balance. It has to be realistic and fun. They can call it a simulator all they want, but at the end of the day, it's supposed to be your game, and that's what it is. And that, after all, the first purpose of a game is to be fun. And I feel like that should really be the first thing that matters. Yeah, I think that sort of stuff I'm named would be good. It would be nice to see players break through it. But this is why I feel like having stuff to do with those off-field events, more of that sort of stuff, the flavour events I talk about, could have more of an impact there, and it could allow a player's career to be cut short, or it could allow them to get a new lease of life. But just in rare circumstances. That I wouldn't mind seeing. It's just hard, because I'm trying to think about it like from a development standpoint would be required in order to make that happen. It's also occurred to me that if Boca Juniors win their match, if Hearts of Oak beat Boca Juniors, they will win the group and not Man United out. Or even if they draw, actually, wouldn't they? Because they'd have the head-to-head advantage over Man United. So as long as Boca Juniors lose or draw against Hearts of Oak will go through. Go on, P-Chris is in. Oh, ledge. Yeah, this is the thing. If it was completely simulated, then a lot of the shit that happens in the game wouldn't happen in the first place. And you'd never be able to leave your first job. You wouldn't even be able to manage a team in the first place. You'd have to provide real-life coaching licenses to start the game. Like, how real do you want to go? How do you make managers' wages more relevant? As I always say when people ask that, if you want a quick-fire way to get blocked by Miles on Twitter, ask him. yeah, because United only won one. Yeah, because yeah, good point. The draw would get them there. Heck, even the loss could get them there, right? Technically. Because of the head-to-head between them. Oh no, Man United's goal difference is better, isn't it? And I think it's done on goal difference, not head-to-head. We were scouting some players from these guys the other day. Oh, to marry like in the EA games, that will never ever happen. I want to buy an island like you could in the FIFA manager. We did, Rikini, yes. We won 2-0. We got Mbaisao and Bilbia scored the winning goals. Last one also had Boca on 3 points. That's a good point, yeah. So the win would be necessary. Yeah, I also want... That's another thing that I feel like should be a relatively simple fix. Unemployed staff wages. That has to be fixed. If that is not fixed in FM23, I don't really know what to say. Because that was in last year's game, it's in this year's game, and it should not be a thing. And if that's not fixed, then I genuinely wonder what the hell they're doing. Because that is an actual, like... That could affect so many saves, and it needs to be fixed. And it shouldn't be that difficult to fix that, surely. Just turn it down a bit. Like, unemployed staff want so much in wages that's completely unrealistic based on their current levels of ability, for past jobs managed in, etc, etc, etc. But that same member of staff, if they were employed at another club, would want, like, a fifth of the money. And that even affects short-term saves. You're right, yeah. It's utterly stunning. You'll find like some guy who's never had a job before and has average attributes that wants like $7,000 a week to be a scout for you. When that same guy, when he was employed, if he was employed at a club, would want like £800 a week. Like, what's the point of having unemployed staff then if you can't sign them? Unless you're Man United, you just can't sign them. It's utterly stupid. That's actually a real bugbear of mine, is the unemployed staff problem. Because we still have the same problem. I still get that problem now. 29 years into the save, I still try to approach unemployed staff sometimes just for the lols, and I still find that I can't sign them because their demands scale as well. That scales, believe it or not. They scale in how unreasonable they are. I tried to get when we got another scout slot a couple of years ago in the save, I tried to get an unemployed scout. He was decent, not spectacular. Hadn't had a job before in the save at any point. Really good scout. But like not like top tier, but like decent. Had like 16, 17 or something. He wanted $33,000 a week to be a scout. Meanwhile, I think I picked up someone who had better attributes who had higher rep as well, from I think an Italian club, and I think he's on like 2K a week. It's very, very bizarre. The gem when big clubs do job adverts. That's interesting, actually. Very easy now. The clubs keep up. So the league itself is very easy, but only because of the way loan rules work. But the other clubs keep up in Europe, I would say. So Sligo were in the semi-final of the Champions League this season. In fact, had Sligo not ballsed it up so much, we could have been playing them in the final because it was Benfica that knocked them out. Oh, good finish. More than half the starting 11. Do you remember on I think it was when I was at Tromsø, and this is actually kind of weird. My director of football put my loan manager on $3,500 a week, which was more than twice what any of my players were earning. Surely there's something in there that means like that would be a bad idea. Could buy the club, but again, the SI's answer to that will be it's football manager, not director of football manager or buy a club manager, etc. And to be fair, I kind of am with them on that one. That being said, a lot of things you do in Football Manager definitely aren't done by a manager in real life. But you know, you have to have limits, right? Although, if you're interested in stuff like that, Football Chairman, it was a mobile game that was actually quite fun back in the day. Oh, good finish, fella. That's the thing. If a staff member has never had a job in their entire career, which most of them do because they're just gender random, why on earth would they have salary demands like that? They have no comparison point. And I think that the lack of a comparison point is the reason they have such high demands, because it just goes purely off of other random factors. But to me, that should be instantly less money. Sorry, did you see that get disallowed there? Valev was miles onside. Weird. Final go, we won 2-0. So we are champions of Europe yet again. Hearts of Oak are winning up Boca Juniors, by the way. Villarreal, no. Hey, looks like Villarreal were there for the reason. This is amazing. Benfica annoyingly winning. Let me guess, Houston got the other goal. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe if we lose Bayern and we lose... Hang on, at the moment, we're losing... And Chelsea. At the moment, we're losing Bayern, Chelsea, Man United, Paris Saint-Germain. Let's just not cross our fingers too soon yet, chat. But, good God. This team is dead. I really should have paid attention to that before I actually set the lineup, shouldn't I? Oh, that's Deportivo Toluca. This would be amazing, yeah. Oh, Al Ahly have equalised. Not that it matters, because it was the win that required, wasn't it? Right, I think something mad's just here. Yeah, but European teams, they may not care, but in FM, they still do really well in this tournament because they've just got so much better players. Let's see. Oh, we can't see the groups yet. Oh, no, hang on. Let's do it like this. Oh, we got the draw. Fuck. Oh, hang on. Man United. Wait, what? Did River Plate win? Not River Plate. Did Boca win? Oh, they beat them. '84th and 93rd minute. Boring, boring Boca Juniors. And now we draw Real Madrid as our reward. So Villarreal did get through. Atletico Mineiro got through. Man United annoyingly got through. PSG are out. But as always with these things, we somehow still managed to draw Real Madrid. That could have been so much better. Ah. Should you offload 30-year-old 4-star players who are possibly about to decline? It depends on how close they are to the end of their contracts. I tend to wait until they're about to enter the last year of their contract, and then I decide whether I'm going to get rid of them. Yeah, Bayern didn't get through, no. AI transfers, AI match management say. I mean, they just don't do it, do they? I actually had the thought of doing a director of football save where I'm the director of football, and then my assistant does the matches instead of the other way around. Group A, B, I don't know. Whatever happens, we're playing Manchester. Oh, with 1 day off in between. Good. And the youth facilities are upgraded. I don't know how we're even going to field a team for this game. This could be complex. Delighted with Club Vision. I didn't realise that was a thing, but sure. Apparently that's a thing now. I would have much rather played Hearts of Oak. That would have been amazing. Yahi's in. Oh, is he? Right. Yahi's in. And obviously he's going to get this taken away from him because that's absurd. Enjoy. I mean, he's fine, isn't he? Basically, I tried to think of the best way to get it done. So you'd essentially be appointing the assistant as if he was the manager. That's how you'd have to go and do it. What's he got? 18 months. That's 18 months. That's fine. I'll sort that out next stream. Poor youth intake. Yeah, best youth system in the world has produced one good player in the last 30 years. Maybe 3 if you count Chris McLean. And maybe... What was the other chap's name? I've forgotten. Oh, Levi... No, not Levi Keating. Ilya Keating. How the hell are we even going to field a team here? I guess it's going to be this. I mean, Real Madrid's team are hardly going to be in great nick themselves, but... Wait, sorry. How is that? How are they so fresh still? Rafvos, Kamara, Tikin, Navio. This is their first team. Did they not play in the... Oh, they might not have played in the last match day. They might have had that day off because they played their first 2 games. That's really unfair. That's extremely unfair. But yeah, it looks like we're going to get twashed here. One of the key features was if a country's standing and the game goes up, their youth rate goes up. Yeah, no, that was supposed to be one of the features, but then it just didn't happen. In the sense that it is in the game, it just doesn't work. Or rather, it does, but it works at such a glacial pace that you'd have to pay about 500 years to see any noticeable differences. Ramos getting an early sub, maybe, but I don't know for who. We're going to get absolutely destroyed here. We're going to get twashed. Twashed, I say. I just don't see how we beat this team with the team we've put out here. Well, Club World Cup really does need some proper rejigging, doesn't it, in order to make this a fair competition. It just takes place in such a short space of time that it's always going to be unfair to someone. Mazzoncini. Hang on a minute. Oh, this is the guy that we nearly signed that went to Man United instead. I wonder why I recognise that. Can edit it to be useful? Not really. I mean, the whole point is it's dynamic. So unless you want to use the in-game editor all the time, but then you could do that before anyway. So that doesn't. The point is that you could change the dynamic youth rating with the in-game editor before this was a feature. The only difference is it was supposed to be dynamic. It probably is, Pulse. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Imagine if we actually came up with a win here. Thighs freeze. Bilby is up. My God, we're leading. We're beating Real Madrid. Bilby, the winner of the Champions League, scores the goal. And then, of course, thighs freeze grabs 1-2. Like, it was already a feature of the game, but the idea was that it would move naturally then. And that was why everyone was so excited about it. And then it just didn't. Youth values, as far as I'm aware, you could change them at any point, right? With the in-game editor. I've never tried it, so I wouldn't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But, yeah, and that's 2-0. We are 2-0 up, and Bilby has scored both. Freeze still getting assists. He's going to be, I think, he must be getting close to 37 now. You could in the pregame. Ah, I see. Facilities and RNGs. Yeah. I just kind of hate it for people that were really excited about doing those saves. And it feels like, if anything, our youth ratings probably moved more than they would have done. Because some of the things we do in this save, even though we're not trying to, probably would have had more of an effect on it than, yeah. Many Irish players. No. In fact, I'm trying to think. For the best Irish player, it's probably Kieran Foley, actually. Yeah, I assumed you could do. Oh, Bilby nearly for the hat-trick. Subkeeper. What, Billy Higgins, or whatever his name is. Big up, Billy. Any Aussies? We do have one Aussie, which is Rick Rolls. Technically. I say technically, he is an Aussie. No, Jizzy's not even part Irish. He's fully Serbian. Best player in our entire youth and tech ever. He's not even part Irish, as far as I'm aware. He's just fully Serbian. She tried to sign freeze when he hit 18 and failed. Wow. That's mad, actually. So, I assume, as you can gather, we did, in fact, sign thighs freeze. Them spent 3 years calling him a fraud. Cut to 19 years in game later, and, well, he's probably a legend. Well, he's the biggest legend of the entire save. No, the affiliates are broken too. There you go, another thing. So, basically, we tried to get in some of those affiliate agreements. The board usually just cancel them after a year or two, and then won't let you have any more. So, that's another thing that needs looking at. Yeah, you're right. All the best Irish regions come through English sides. Yeah, no, I found it was much easier to have affiliates last year. It definitely felt like it. Bilby scores a hat-trick. But yeah, this year we managed to get up to like 5 affiliates at one point, but we never really saw any benefit from it in the end. I think we got like 1 player from them, perhaps, maybe, from Pennyroll. And then the board just kept cancelling them. National team benefited. I have no idea, honestly. It's hard to tell. I don't know how we'd quantify it. Like, the national team's done okay, but maybe more likely just because of some of the naturalised players that have joined the national team. Like, a lot of players we've brought to the country have become Irish and joined the national team. Like Unai Alonso and, well, even Millie, actually. Yeah, so that just doesn't really happen as much this year, unnamed, unfortunately. And then the problem we also had was the board would just keep cancelling the affiliate agreements constantly, and then they would just not let us have any new ones. Not only that, but after a random point, they stopped letting me choose the affiliate club now. Like, you know, you can choose you get to pick the affiliate club. Yeah, they stopped letting me do that after about 10 years ago. They just randomly stopped letting me do it. Ireland did get to a Euros final, and they lost on penalties to England. That was their best success, I think, at the entire save. Right, Ramos has to come off. He's absolutely knackered, so I guess Turbo Civic's in. Mamani for Boggy, perhaps? And then I guess Dimitrov's just not done a good job there. I just want an affiliate. Is it too much to ask for? I just want an affiliate agreement with CU Academy. I always see... Weirdly, I've just never seen the top quality Australian regions in this save that I have in my other save. Like, think of Jesse Rakic. He was fantastic for Tromsø. Such a good player. I haven't. The reason for all that, DP, is because every single time in the last 30 years I've asked the board, they just tell me we have enough affiliates and refuse to let me have that one at all. I've never once got them to agree to it. It just feels like they just make stupid decisions. You'll be sat there with like 200 million in the bank, the biggest rep possible, nothing to do with that money or anything, and then the board are like, yeah, but we can't afford an affiliate, we have too many. I'm just like, what? Doesn't make a lot of sense, basically, is my point. We're also about to lose 4-3 to Real Madrid, of course. In fact, we might as well just try and shut that down a little bit, just in case. Because we're actually doing pretty well, considering. We will, of course, lose this to a late free kick or something, but that's just how it goes. We could add them in the pre. Oh, there won't be pre-game though, because with the beta, you don't have access to the editor. Good block. Well, it's smart enough to know they weren't giving you anything. I don't know. It's just really strange stuff. It's like you've done everything for a club, and they. Plus, do you remember when we went through that? Like, how many was it like 7 years where they wouldn't let us upgrade the facilities for seemingly no reason? When I say wouldn't let us, I mean the option wasn't even. The option didn't even exist, so we couldn't even ask them to upgrade the facilities. It was utterly stupid. Eventually, the way we managed to break that, and by break I mean break through, was we signed a player, and in his contract we said that we would promise to upgrade the facilities, and that actually got us to be able to upgrade the facilities. So silly. But we are through to the next round, incredibly. Beat Real Madrid, not bad. Doing better save, that'll be Dundee United. Crocodile Dundee United. Chat finally convinced me to do Scotland. So Villarreal are through. Barca are through, and annoyingly Man United are through. And you know that we're going to play Man United because of course we are. And there they are. And Turbovic is out for 3 months. Great. Brilliant. We definitely didn't need him in the Champions League groups or anything. Wow, he's not had the best luck with injuries lately, has he? Not at all. Strengthen midfield. Oh, that was the Azeri guy. Where, you know that promise you get sometimes where they want you to strengthen a certain position? So we found out that actually the game doesn't care what the quality of the player is. It only cares on their squad status for the most part. So you could sign a world-class player, but if you don't give them a high enough squad status, the game will not consider you to have strengthened the midfield. So we signed an Azeri guy on a free transfer, gave him star player rating, and it fulfilled the promise. Utterly stupid. Happened to Bose. Oh, Bose have got... I think they still have games in hand, right? No, they don't. Oh, sorry, what happened to Bose was they sent all their loan players back. So, unfortunately, they haven't got enough new ones yet to make a difference. They've only got like 5 guys on loan from us at the moment, so they sent all their loans back. It might appear again. Yeah, so if you find yourself in a position where you have no longer got the option to even ask them about a upgrade of your facilities, try sticking it in as a promise to a player when you sign them. That's what we did. We just wanted to test it because he was demanding it anyway. And it was back when we were getting purpled every week. So we thought, fuck it, we'll just try it out. And it actually did work. And since then, we've actually been able to do it. It's like there's something in the background had glitched out. And that was like a new way of kicking it into gear. For whatever reason. Right, so we signed Yahi. We already knew that. Oh, great. Man United again. At least I say we've got a bit of a break. We don't really, do we? What's the gap? 4 days this time. Wow, what a rest. Yeah, Bose have really shit the bed. Unfortunately, because what happened was their manager retired at the end of last season, and as a result they didn't have a manager in place, so the board immediately rejected all of the loan players for us. Sorry, for them. And yeah, you can kind of see where that's going. So it'll probably take them a year or so to build back up again, unfortunately. Very, very annoying though. If that's the playoff, when is the final going to be? Feels like we're getting pretty close to that. Character's buyback clause active. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to buy him back for 8 million somehow, particularly as he's not even playing for Shamrock Rovers now. 34 million. Preferred destination will be PSG. I mean, hilarious. Madrid receives booty backing. Oh, yeah. Have a minute. Last season league standings was that. I think that only works for training facilities. Yeah, I don't think the players care about youth facilities. That's a good point. Yeah. You choose the champions. I have not. That was actually quite a poor season for us. The fact that we lost twice. Yeah, sorry, I know what you mean. Yeah, you can't promise that. You're right. It was training facilities that we did it with. But weirdly, just even I think doing it with training facilities just opened up the whole thing. It's like it's all in the same sort of like segment or something. And even getting them to Arena 1 just seemed to open the whole thing back up again. Because if you look at our Let's have a look. I'll be able to show you here in the affiliate, in the landmarks and facilities. So, pretty standard here. Like, every single time we could, we would upgrade the youth facility. So it's basically every year or two. Until, where was it? There was a. Oh, hang on, wait. Yeah, so here we go. Look. Then, randomly, in 2035, the youth facilities just stopped being able to be upgraded. We then couldn't get our next youth academy upgrade for 6 years because of that. And then it's back to normal again. But it was really, really odd. Boom. It could have been to do with the stadium as well, potentially. Maybe, yeah. And that did get delayed a lot. Like a lot. As you say, 17 months. It's a shame the board have never let us upgrade the stadium beyond where we are at the moment. Get us a new one. Wonder what they'd call it, because they wouldn't be able to name it after me twice. So I wonder what they would call the new stadium if we built another one. Fuck it, should we just ask the board? Can we risk it? It's done now. This might be the worst decision ever. No, they'll name it after like Stanislav Spak or something. Or Eric Hausken, because reasons. Right, who's even available for this game? Valav's there. Christensen could start. This shouldn't be too bad. That's a pretty strong team. Yeah, I think it may pop back up again. There's a lot of things I find with FM that have like odd stuff in the background that will not unlock itself until you fulfill certain requirements that you don't know about. It does seem there's a lot. Like, for example, when you're getting offers on your loan players, I find that you'll stop getting offers until the ones you've got currently sorting are finalised. And then all of a sudden, clubs will be interested in different players again. That's one thing I've noticed a lot. So say you put a lot of players out for loan and you get offers for 5 of them. You'll find that clubs actually want the other players too, but they refuse to put loan bids in while you're still negotiating the outs for those players. And then the moment that those ones finalise, you'll get new bids. Really, really odd. Doesn't work for transfers, unfortunately. They will just rampantly go after your transfers constantly. I wonder what stadiums we've got. This looks like the Camp Nou. It's kind of amazing how much we made fairly light work of Real Madrid in that last round. Man United, of course, will beat us, though, because they are Manchester United, and they get that kind of weird bump that we always see. Oh, it's Jibril Dia. They didn't do anything. Are you sure that it's not in the planning phase? Sometimes if you go on your club vision, you can sometimes see a thing that's like, they haven't started it, but they're like planning to start or something. Edis, thank you for the follow. That one sounds like a streamlined performance feature. Probably, yes. But what it actually is an annoyance. But you're damn right, yeah. Frozen Temple. Oh. I mean, obviously, we'd probably just change the name anyway if it was built before we left. Oh, Christensen again. Oh, he just took it back to his wrong foot for some reason. Yeah, well, fine. We'll get a stadium sponsor or something. And it'll be like £3,000 from local business. Local business is probably our biggest sponsor at this point. Just all of them combined. We've got Pat's Butchers, Harriet's Bakery. They're giving us the big bucks. Shoal. Maybe. I reckon. This is another thing. Remember, when we leave this club and do the looking forward, I have no idea how Treaty United are going to handle 70 loan players returning to the club. Because you know that's what's going to happen. I'm also worried about what's going to happen to the other Irish sides when that happens too. Treaty, I reckon, are going to have a transfer window where they make like 300 million. Just hang on. Can I shout them at half time? But they make like 300 million. Pog's sending me pictures now. I'm not sure why she's sending me pictures of that. Okay, well, good for you there, Pog. Was that supposed to go to me? This is my first ever BA. Oh, no. The first one technically was Midtjylland, although it didn't last very long. Then I did Poland on YouTube. Then we did Norway last year. And now this is the 4th one, technically. And then, yeah. Ireland will maybe collapse. But I think they'll have the infrastructure and the money that's floating around in order to... Yes, come on. In order to rebuild themselves fairly quickly. I think they'll have a couple of bad seasons, but that will drop them down enough to the point where they can then start making huge gains. Plus, remember, Treaty will still exist too. Buying all the players they had on loan from you. Oh, God, imagine. I reckon it won't be long. I reckon within 10 years, someone other than Treaty will win a title. I'm an aficionado at this point. It's my thing. It's what I'm... If I was known for anything other than being okay at things, that's probably this, I suppose. Good finish, to be fair. But it is going to be mental. Oh, I can't wait to do the looking forward streams. They're going to be so much fun. And this time I won't fuck up the channel point reward. So it'll actually work properly. The only thing about us having to play against Barcelona in the final, if we were to get there, is, well, us playing against Barcelona in the final. Was it the Seychelles that San Marino were playing? The only reason I know this is from football cliches, because they would not stop banging on about the San Marino Seychelles game. Or has that not happened yet? Did you just give the ball away randomly there? Oh, got it back again. Sal! Oh! Well, okay. No, literally, I might have to do exactly the same thing. The lookups will be like 200 points. I usually do it like a tenth of the price. That way it's not really about... The only reason I'm even using the lookup system for it is so that I get a nice big list of them on my screen so I can see them all, so I don't have to like scroll through them. What I'll do is I'll open it for like 10 minutes and everyone can just put their stuff in, and then I'll close it, and then we'll work through those ones. And if there's somehow time left, then I will open it back up again. That's what we did last time. Because do you remember when we were doing this, not the last time round, but the time before, and I opened it for like 15 minutes, and we ended up with requests that took us 6 hours, or like 5.5 hours to get through, in like 10 minutes of leaving that open. Incredible. Boggies through again. Ah. But yeah, I'll make them cheap, just so that pretty much anyone can afford at least one or two. And then, to be fair, you'll probably just be able to ask in chat and someone will buy one for you, because this would be so cheap anyone can pretty much do that. But the only reason I use the channel points is just so I can keep it in a nice steady order. But we'll find all sorts of cool stuff. What I might do as well is I might actually... maybe not with this save. I don't know. Do I turn anything else on? Maybe not. I don't want to affect Ireland too much. I feel like that would fuck them if I turned England on just for the lols. Could do it on view only, but I don't know. Just so we can see more data about it, because a lot of people obviously want to look up English sides. Ooh, is that an L or an I? Either way, Eovstrand or Løvstrand, thank you for the follow. Sauer's definitely been really good today, actually. Scoring in a Champions League final. He's just been contributing important goals. Uh-oh. For the last year, I can't do that. I'd have to turn it on when I start the sim or not at all. Because what I'll be doing is leaving it on a sim overnight, probably over multiple nights, to get us up to that point. And then doing autosave once. No, I don't need to do the autosave, do I? Because it just needs to be a certain point. So I'll either turn it on or I won't. Plus, even if I turn it on for 1 year, it wouldn't make any difference, because all it would do is you still will only have data from that 1 year. It doesn't add anything new as far as I'm aware. Oh my god, we should have had more goals here. I have many subs. I once again have failed to make subs. How is this team still standing? I'm genuinely baffled by that now. Bit of cheeky woodwork. Will not allow you to have close to $1 billion in the bank. Really? Yeah, true. Oh, I see. So you mean that when we move? Yeah, you're probably right, because we're worth 1.2 million. But remember, we don't have 1.2 million in the bank. We actually have like 200 million in the bank. In fact, less than that. We've never had... The reason we've never had too much money in the bank is because we can't sell our players for anything decent. Like, because the player values are so poor, we can never sell our players for good value. I think our highest sale in this save was Nobby, I think. Which is utterly mental. I'm fairly certain it's the highest value, the highest sale we've ever had in this save was Nobby. Record transfers. Yep, 47 million. To me, a club that's won the Champions League twice, their highest transfer fee received should not be 47 million. Was it Richie's sale clause? Oh. Yeah, I think I'm going to buy that. Or rather, I think I'm going to sell that. £22 million they paid for him, and now they're about to pay me a further £15 million for him. Nearly 16 million. £38 million for Luigi Ricci. Not bad. That's pretty good. So we're going to play... Wow, we're actually in the Club World Cup final. I don't think I've ever won the Club World Cup before. I think I say that every time, but I really don't think we have. Certainly not in this end. We didn't do it with Tromsø either, I don't think. Lovely stuff. Right, it's another cheeky little money, but that's a lot of cash. In fact, so much so that it's just dumped us into a good spot. Chelsea always go downhill after like 2095. It's because they get $1 billion in the bank. For some reason, the game stops spending money once the IA club reaches this point. Really? That's going to be curious to see then. Last time we lost the... You're right. Yeah, the last time we lost the final off screen to Barcelona. True. Because that was when I didn't realise we were in the Club World Cup. And we played in the Club World Cup once before that as well, didn't we? Earlier in this save, when we reached that first final, we were in 1-2. And that didn't go so well because we got knocked out in the second round, I think. And I don't think we ever won with Tromsø either. Also, have the board actually got back to me about the stadium yet? I didn't see her. Man City approach for... Matt, you leave Ella alone. Ella. I love how they never, ever... That meeting always goes the same way. They always get annoyed at you. It's actually usually better to just leave them. They can't steal a Galvin. We need the Galvins. Anyone relate to... Wait, what? Is he that really good Korean player? Oh, yeah, he is. He is the really good Korean player that plays for... I say really good. Decent Korean player that plays for SPO. That's fine. Those guys can be released back into the wild. Okay, cool. Tigres American... Yes. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, because we were happy that we got two non-European sides, and then Liverpool binned us out. That was the first time we'd ever played Liverpool in the entire save, I think. 74 million. Still too low. This man's won the Ballon d'Or 3 times, and they reckon he could sign for them for 74 million. And he's also still only, like, what, 25? 26 years old. 74 million. For a 3-time Ballon d'Or winner. And that's actually... He's worth less than that, according to the game. A couple of transfers for Nico Schmitz. Okay. Las Palmas, one of our few affiliates that we do have. Not that they're any good. Fies should be 37. You're right. Yes, he should. I wonder if we can talk to him again now. There he is. 37 years old. Right. Okay. Future staff role. So we've done all the way down to fitness coach. We can't say head of youth development. What about scout? Director of football, maybe? I could do director of football. Football manager. Get fucked. You horrible game. What is that about? Oh, I'm so sorry that you've been here 19 years at the club. You're a club favourite. Everybody loves you. You have a great relationship with me. How dare I? That's almost... That's like that version of fucking... Oh, you want to say that I did well to get an international cap? Screw you. That should not be a thing. Ah, lordy lord. Second Club World Cup final, and it was the same... I hate that. There's just no reason for that to be in there. I'm still going to keep asking him. Too much water under the bridge? Yeah, probably. Wants to retire on a nice pig farm. No! He's going to run for Borgen, damn it! Oh, there's actually a... Why is there a third place playoff in this tournament? That is unbearably unnecessary. Not ready to retire? How do you mean? He is retiring. That's why we're asking him. Longford won again. Wait, how do they... Okay. Longford are not going down, that's for sure. Thank God. But Bows are really bad. Oh, so what I do before we do the looking forward is I go through every player that's ever played for us, basically. And I always tick history after retirement. So that won't be an issue. He'll just retire and then do nothing, isn't it?
I'm the Pope.
Different idea for your future. Well, then it shouldn't be a case that I even have to ask that then. It should just... You shouldn't have to ask him about the... You should be able to ask him, what do you want to do in the future? And then see what he says, rather than have to suggest stuff to him all the time, innit? That's the thing that I find silly. International Cup. They could do. 53 million... Incredibly speaking to Real Madrid. We've just knocked them out of the Club World Cup. We just won the Champions League and yet still interested. Incredibly interested. For also less than his value. No interest in Inter. Well, I guess that's also, you notice how his value's dropped again. Ella's gone. Brilliant. 43 million. 43 million for a man who's won 3 Ballon d'Ors. And we've just won the Champions League final. I want to see if our player values have dropped again. It looks like they have. I genuinely think they have. Yeah, they've dropped back down again. Has our value dropped again too? No. Intriguing. Well, we know we're not getting a player value bump because I think... Okay, this should be funny. They finally talked to me about this now. Okay, so... Like a new stadium to show that this is a modern, forward-thinking football club. Right. Okay. I think that's kind of just nothing's going to happen, is it? Derry City up pretty well, actually. 4th in the league. Didn't get out their Champions League group, unfortunately. Very nearly did. But unfortunately, they somehow came 4th behind Dortmund, who didn't score a single goal in their Champions League group. Heads up about Pi, chat. You want to watch out. Oh, dear. However will we cope without the happiness of Pi? There we go. Pie's happy now. He's a happy Pie. Values to drop. Probably around about 3 weeks, I suppose. I think, as if values to drop. Like, they never really rose in order to drop. They rose by, like, maybe, like, 0.5%. I don't know. It was barely noticeable. And it was only a couple of players, I think. Cork City have been in the top flight for a while now. It did take them a while to get out. So, yeah, it took them, like, 10 years. But once they got up, they haven't been relegated since, although they haven't done all that well. Cheeky little 4th place there, but ever since we got kind of more established in Europe, they've had a couple of okay seasons. No, none of the other Irish sides have ever built new stadiums either. Which is weird. They're all still in the exact same grounds they started with. Oddly. I think Valev can get through one more game here. We want a good enough chance to win this, really. Is Saki not registered? Oh, no, they're just knackered as well. Whoopsie. Right. Barcelona with a what appears to be fresher side than ours, but their sharpness is definitely lower, which could help us. Because they're obviously in pre-season, we're not. So that's probably why we're actually doing okay here this time around. Because in spite of all the other stuff, we are at least fully match fresh, because we've just finished winning the Champions League, and then we've gone straight into this. Then again, so should they. And we played a couple of friendlies. It's not like we've had loads of league games lately either, though, is it? But I guess if they weren't in the Champions League final or anything, they weren't in any other major finals, their league season would have probably finished before then. So I guess they have probably had like a month off, whereas we had more consistent football. New state. Yeah, it feels like once you get one in a save, it's almost impossible to get a second one. Did we ever get a second one with Tromsø? I know we got the new stadium that was hilarious because it was another new stadium on the island when they'd already built another new stadium on the island. But I don't know if that, I think that was still our first stadium, wasn't it? Because it was originally the Jakob Vestergaard Stadium. I don't know if we changed the name or not. Doesn't even put the tie back on for a second final. Should I go full match? I genuinely don't think I've ever won this tournament. That's right, they built one for some random reason, didn't they? That was a hell of a sprint from that midfielder there. And then gave us our own one for, again, no reason. They spent like, what was it, 40 million on it or something? Which I think with Tromsø was much easier to get away with because we had much better financial situation with Tromsø because the finances were way better. Our player values were like legit there. Yeah, 3 stadiums on a very tiny island. Did they put one at like near the bird reserve? Oh god. I guess my manny's in then. Oops. Yeah, the referee is pretty much wearing a Barcelona kit. Also, what a start we've had. Dominated the first half. Barcelona have not had a shot yet in the game, which is being played in their stadium. Barcelona are at home. Financial situation was better because finances were much better. Tell me I'm wrong. Show me my error. It's a bit like the other day with the features one. You don't get that kind of wisdom elsewhere, you know? Bear in mind, we are still going to lose this game. Barcelona will probably score their first shot of the match. Ooh, maybe not. They really haven't turned up yet, have they? We're actually looking... We played our way into 4. Oh, go on, Kvetic. Bend one. Niaksu, you deserve a goal. Oh!
It's good you came in summer.
Carden, thank you for the follow. As who else but Doran Niaksu, leader of the team, brilliant play in the Champions League final. So basically, he was the man of the match, best player on the pitch, and now he's scored the goal which could see us win the Club World Cup in the same season, and probably another man of the match award going his way if it carries on like this. Whoa, that's a sensational strike. And thoroughly deserved. I want to see how long we can go before Barca even have a shot here. Because we are defending superbly. Mamani now. Valev. Oh, close one. What a strike. He deserves man of the match just for that alone. They really just seem to... They can't seem to get near us at the moment. Thighs freeze. Look at that pass. Oh, Valev, look at the space inside. He's found Mamani just as to drop this across for someone. Or not. That should be fine. Easily mopped up. They're just humping it long. I think, yeah, it's because the other teams are so tired and they've got no match sharpness, whereas we are completely fresh and raring to go because we've just been continually playing games. Mamani. Back for Sal. Valev. Oh, it's nearly 2. I always kind of want it to just be 1-0. Yeah, I would not have expected us to have won both of these and for Doran Niaksu to have been the best player in both games. That was a bit of a surprise. Oh, and now it's 2. Stefan Valev, and it looks like we might well be Club World Cup champions as well. Thighs freeze with the assist. Valev bangs yet another goal in. What a guy. I'd honestly totally forgotten that we were even going to be doing this. I didn't even realise we were. My expectation was we'd win the hopefully win the Champions League anyway, and then just sort of play some of the not the off-camera, you know what I mean, like the league matches, just have a little bit of a chill for a bit, and then resume on Saturday. Bear in mind, on Saturday, we're going to do all 6 Champions League group stage games. So normally we break up into 2 streams. This Saturday, it's going to be both. Both in one, basically. Because the only difference is we will just be simming the league games at that point. So we should be able to get through it all. That way we can sort of shave off some time and get through a little bit more before the end of the cycle, which is my hope. Anything we can do that will allow us to move that little bit faster, I think is going to be more fun. Plus, that way we'll always be doing something sick. We used to do it with Tromsø all the time. Oh, what a strike. I mean, we are absolutely battering Barcelona here. This is great. So that's going to be really fun on Saturday. Plus, remember, it's 3-0. There's no football because it's international weekend this weekend as well. So there's no, like, football on during that point anyway, I don't think. As Valev scores another one, and it's Treaty 3, Barcelona 0. Just chilling. Beating them 3-0 on their own ground. Notice how, because it's technically a neutral venue, they're not getting any kind of weird home advantage as well. Thies is putting in an absolute shift, as always. Oh, surely not a hat-trick of assists. Oh, it nearly was, you know. What a guy. He's going to end his career with, I think, over 800 goal contributions in total. Manchester United's manager yesterday. Oh, that's a good shout, actually. As that was nearly a 4th goal. We'll get to that right after the match. I want to go through a whole game here without them having a shot. If we limit Barca to no shots, that would be filth. Boom. Europa semi-finals. Nice. Ah, that sucks. No, weirdly, this is not the Champions League final. This is actually the Club World Cup final, Chelbu. We did win the Champions League final, though. Oh, hello. One more. What a goal. Juan Mamani, pick that one out, keeper. Treaty United 4, Barcelona 0. Club World Cup is coming home. Lovely. Yes, so Bagpuss, have you ever had a side reach the Champions League semis in your save? Because I still can't believe that Sligo got there. Finished at the club, is he? How do you mean? Right, boom. That was a great hit. I still want no shots for Barca. I want a full match against Barca with no shots. Ramos. Bilbia now over the bar. It feels like we've been camped in their final third for about the last 81 minutes. This better not be them scoring at random. Come on. Christensen, we keep this move going. Bilbia's on it again. He's stumbled through 2 challenges there. Can he turn this into a goal for us? Mamani again. Oh, back for Ramos now. The patience is insane. Oh, if Thies Free's got a goal, that would be... Oh, it's 5. It's another assist for Miggy Ramos. It's Treaty United 5, Barcelona 0. Ah. Wow. This is quite a result. Lovely little layoff there from Thies Freeze. How did the final go? We won 2-0. Sal and Bilbia with the goals. Barcelona didn't have a single shot in the Club World Cup final. We've just put 5 goals past them. Oh, come on, lads. That's lovely. I'm glad. I think that's the first time I've ever won the Club World Cup. I'm really pleased with that. That's capped it off nicely. Who's lifting it again? Of course it's Thies Freeze. Because Turbo Civic's injured, isn't he? Because he's dislocated his back or something. So Thies Freeze, for the 2nd time today, manages to lift the trophy. And El Gordo now into 5 gifted subs. Now the presents can actually matter. There we go. Thank you so much, Gordo. That's so kind of you, my friend. Oh, look at average position. Average position of oh, yeah. Yes, Shamrock Rovers won the Conference League quite a while ago now, actually. And Sligo were in the Champions League semis this year. Dundalk, I think, have been to the semis of the Europa League as well. So one thing, I would like another Irish side to be... Oh, I just won... Yep, I just got world beaters. Whichever that is. Turbo, I don't know what Turbo's injury was. It's quite a severe one. It's like he's out for 3 months. I just can't remember what it is. Right. First things first. But thank you so much, Gordon. That's so kind of you. Manchester United. I don't know who their manager is at the moment. It is Nagelsmann. Okay. That's the facilities map. So they had Solskjaer, obviously, for the first 5 years. Then Ancelotti for... What? Why was Carlo Ancelotti only Man United manager for a day? Just rocked up and went, nah. Like fucking Abe Simpson. But it's like, there's no caretaker managers here either. That was weird. We've seen this before, haven't we? Oh, it could have been because of international management or something. Yeah. What's this about? Is it like... Why have they done that? That's weird. Is this like an English Cup thing because they're not switched, because the league isn't switched on, maybe? I think it has to be. It has to be to do with the fact that the league isn't switched on. And they shouldn't really have managers a lot of the time anyway. That's really weird, though. Unless they got poached by, like... What did... To be honest, let's have a look. It's a shame you can't see, like, the... Yeah, so... Ah! It's because he got immediately poached by Argentina. Do you reckon the same thing happened to Ancelotti? Yeah. There you go. So it's because they got offered an international job straight afterwards, and it seems like they can never do dual roles or something, so the game just has them resign or something. So yeah, they both got offered international jobs immediately after they were appointed at Man United and left. Imagine that. Just rocking up, being like, sorry, mate, got to go to England now. That's mental. At least we know why, but that's kind of weird. Bogdanov's out for another 3 million quid. Treaty board happy. Thies freeze with 3 assists in the Club World Cup final. Games are broken. Exactly. That'd be silly. It obviously can't handle AI managers doing dual jobs like that. Are you going to do well? I don't think England have won anything. Well, they might have done. I can't remember, actually. Might have done. That's the Champions League. England have they're unlikely to have won the Champions League, Matt. Euros. Yeah, England have won a couple of Euros. In fact, I believe that one there was actually under Ancelotti as it goes. So that's not too bad. Oh. How very bizarre. Barcelona striker lookup. Oh, my bad. Dimitrinov. Do you mean Mitrofanov? Or is there another guy? Because I know Barcelona have a striker called Mitrofanov. This guy, I assume, right? Yakov Mitrofanov. He's obviously a fan of Mitro. And to be fair, who could blame him? Mitro's an absolute ledge. Yeah, he's a bit good, isn't he? Came through at Zenit. How much did they pay? Oh, wow. 35 million. Oh, shit. So Zenit sold him to Siska and then bought him back for less money 3 years later. And then made another 20 million 4 years later. And he's only been at Barca for like the last 6 years. Still, very, very good record. I think he's been in like the team of the year several damn times. Did we gain anything perhaps from getting that win? I don't think we do we? Let me just have a look at the reputation chart again. See if that's bumped us up even further. I think that would probably unlikely to though. Clubs. Particularly as we're right down here. That would not help. As if... Wait, hang on. Did it? No, it didn't. What did it? No, it didn't. We were definitely above Bayern and Barca before, weren't we? And hilariously above Manchester United too. The only teams that the game considers better than us, for some reason, PSG, Chelsea, Real Madrid, Man City, and Liverpool. At least we're going to get less bids on our players that we want to have to constantly say no to. So we did gain value. You're right, we did. Another 60 million quid. 87 in the bank. What about the squad value, perhaps? Nope, that's not changed. That's remained identical. Weird, man. So damn weird. When was the last we lost to Matt? Ah, there it is. It was well, of course it was to Barcelona. I forgot about that. It's always bloody Barcelona. How many times have we played Barca in this save now? 16 games against Barca, and they have a much better record than we do, but that is predominantly because of the way that it started. But even so, even lately, our record against them has only just started to improve. That's mental. Right, I should probably save it here, because there's not really much more we can get done today, so we might as well just finish 15 minutes early today. I'm going to go and try and get us all the way through now to the end of August, back into the Champions League. We should still have 7 teams this year, though, I think, because it's a year delayed. So that's going to be really, really fun. So join me on Saturday, because Saturday, what we're going to be doing is the entire Champions League group. So from start to finish, with obviously the other games being simulated in there. So it's going to be I don't think it'll be any longer than normal. It'll just be a slightly different structure with more stuff for us to focus on all the time. Let's see. I raided Foxy last time. Who do we raid today? I raided Ben the other week. I raided Sean too. Let's raid Longhurst. It's a while since I raided Longhurst. Finish early. I know. It's that time of year where I'm kind of just freeballing it, you know. Just riffing. So, thank you so much for joining me today, friends. That was a really, really fun stream. I can't believe we won both of them. 2 clean sheets in the finals as well for Swanetsky for both of them. Thighs Freeze gets a hell of a send-off by winning 2 major trophies, if you can call the second one major. Thank you for joining me, friends. I will see you guys on Saturday for all the stuff I just talked about. Thank you so much for the huge amount of gifties today. That was unbelievable of you. And also thank you for the bits. And thank you for the new follows as well. If you haven't already, drop a follow. That'd be lovely. I'll be back with Nomads tomorrow. Transfer windows for Nomads. So that's going to be fun as fuck. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Saturday. Hope you have a great rest of your week. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.